Questions with the Vice President's question time. And we did see quite a number of members of Parliament posing questions without notice to the Republican Vice President.
After her honor, the Vice President's question time, the Minister of Finance and National Planning made a statement on the state of the economy and briefed the House on the overall performance of the economy in 2023 and the government's commitment to implement various policies to spur further economic growth.
And in accordance with Standing Order 208 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, Madam Speaker named Mr. Munia Zulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi for gross disorderly conduct and business, was suspended from 10:28 hours to 10:40 hours. And the question was put that Mr. Munia Zulu MP be suspended from the service of the National Assembly for a period of 7 sitting days, effective Tuesday, 27th February 2024, and this was agreed to.
After that, the House considered questions for oral answer number 232 to 236 under Standing Order 74. Thereafter, the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development presented the Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024, which was read the first time and referred to the Committee on Cabinet Affairs for examination until Wednesday, 20 March 2024. After that, the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock also presented the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2024, which was also read the first time and referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources for examination until Wednesday, 20 March 2024.
The other bill was the Investment, Trade and Business Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024. The bill seeks to amend the Investment, Trade and Business Development Act of 2022. This was presented by the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. It read the first time and referred to the Committee on Cabinet Affairs for examination until Wednesday, 20th March 2024.
And so the House adjourned accordingly at 12:10 hours. And so this is just the business that was considered on the floor of the House on Friday, 23rd February 2024. Just now we shift our attention and we look at today's order paper.
We do have one question for oral answer, Understanding Order 76. This is a question of urgent nature and it's coming from Mr. Kapyanga Mpika, Member of Parliament, directing his question to our honored Vice President. The member would like to find out whether the government is aware that there is severe hunger in Wale Chiefdom in Mpika parliamentary constituency following the destruction of crops by wild animals. The B part of the question, the member wants to find out what urgent measures are being taken to provide relief food to the chiefdom to avert loss of life. Let's look at the other parts, C and D, Matemi.
Part C, the member of Parliament from Mpika wants to find out whether the government is aware that over 170 houses were submerged in Ruangwa area in the chiefdom following heavy rains. And in part B, he wants to find out if so, what urgent relief measures have been taken to assist the affected households.
We do have one report, and this one will be presented by the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services, and this is Ms. Nakaponda, and urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the treaty for establishment of the African Medicines Agency for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 23rd of February 2024. And this report or motion will be seconded by Bahati, Member of Parliament, Mr. Livan Chibombo.
Question number 238, Understanding Order 74, is expected to come from Kasama Central Member of Parliament, Mrs. Wongide Mwamba, who is directing her question to the Minister of Health. He wants to find out when the government will repair the X-ray machine at Kasama General Hospital in Kasama District. In part B, what the cause of the delay in repairing the machine is. In part C, whether the government has any plans to procure a new X-ray machine, and in part D, if so, when the plans will be implemented.
Question 239 will come from Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu, directing his question to the Minister of Finance, National Planning, The member would like to find out whether commercial banks performed financially well from January 2020 to December 2022. If so, whether there are any spillover benefits to their clients, and if the banks did not perform well, what measures the government is taking to improve the financial performance of commercial banks in the country.
Mwinilunga, Member of Parliament, is expected to ask question number 240, and he's directing his question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. He wants to find out whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the Kalumbila-Lumwana Road in Northwestern Province. If so, when the plans will be implemented, what the mode of financing for the project will be, and if there are no such plans, why.
Shortly we'll be able to see the Honorable Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber. That will signify the commencement of today's business. Kabwata Member of Parliament, Mr. Tayengwa, has got a question on today's order paper, and this question is directed to the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. The member would like to find out whether the government has any plans to conduct a countrywide land audit. If so, when the plans will be implemented and what the cost of the exercise is.
Mitete, Member of Parliament, Mr. Mishek Mutelo, to ask the Minister of Justice whether the government has any plans to construct a subordinate court building in Mitete district. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and if there are no such plans, why.
So those are some of the questions that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House. Remember, we do have one report which will come from Ms. Nagaponda, and this one is urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services. As you can see on your screens, thus the Honourable Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber. Matimba and I will be on hand to be on live commentary. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Honourable Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
And sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who learn. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace is Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, 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 green and we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have two announcements to make. The first one is to recognize the presence. No, I don't see whether they are in the public gallery. Maybe I can be assisted. Are they the ones there? Or they are not in the house? They are not, okay. They are not there, okay. They are there, okay. So now it will be in the public gallery instead of the Speaker's gallery of the following staff from the Parliament of Tanzania: Mr. Bernard Mwakanjuki Kakabile, Suppliers Officer, and Ms. Tatu Shabana Kwayu, Supplies Officer. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. I thank you. You are welcome. You may take your seat. The next announcement, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that the African Rivers, in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Arts, have organized a corporate social football match between members of Parliament and diplomats accredited to Zambia. African Rivers is a non-governmental organization whose main objective is to safeguard the health of rivers and defend the rights of people that depend on rivers. The match will be held under the theme, Kick Out Dangers of Climate Change, using sports and awareness for sustainable development. And it will take place on Saturday, 2nd March 2024, at the Showgrounds main arena, starting at 10 hours. Members who wish to participate in the match should register with the Honorable Christopher Shakafuswa, MP, captain for the members' social football team. Training will be conducted at Fallsway Training Facility at 20 hours from Wednesday, 28th February to Friday, 1st March 2024. I thank you. He shouldn't be underrated. I watched him play. He's a good player. That's why he qualifies to be called a captain. So we go to our matters of urgent public importance. I've seen so many indications, but as per procedure and practice, we will only take 3. And here I will concentrate on those honorable members that have not asked, have had no opportunity to raise. We start with the honorable member for Kasenengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to rise on a matter of urgent public importance. This matter, Madam Speaker, is directed at the Minister of Agriculture, but in his absence, maybe to go to our honor, the Vice President. Madam Speaker, we have a serious challenge in our constituencies, not only in Kasenengwa. I know this issue is very prevalent in Kasenengwa, but I know it's everywhere, maybe across the country. I just came from the Nchwara ceremony, and every member of society, including those, I've got families, Madam Speaker, by the way, from Petauke as well, including those I met from Petauke, had the same song to sing. Madam Speaker, people would want to find out when the Minister of Agriculture will release maize from FRA and flood it on the market so that people can access it easily. There is hunger in these constituencies, Madam Speaker. We cannot delay any further. If we do this, people will start dying. It's a very desperate situation. People are suffering, Madam Speaker. Relief food which is being released is being given to 2 or 3 people in a village at the expense of the entire population which is starving. People start suffering from kwashiorkor, malnutrition, and even death. Madam Speaker, I need your indulgence in this matter. Our people are starving. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kasanengwa. This is touching on the issues of hunger. Is it only last week when the Honorable Minister came to this House and spoke about 3 items, GMO, hunger, and some other item, fertilizer, that was delivered late? Even today, we have another question by an Honorable Member from Pika, also touching on hunger. The issue of hunger, we cannot run away from it. There is this drought, shortage of maize, and all these issues. I think now it's high time that the executive comes back to the House to give us a position. Maybe, let's say on Friday, I don't know, I'm sure I've heard that there are measures that are being taken, but of course it is a process of consultation and what have you. But the issues of hunger, I think it will keep on recurring and recurring. The government, maybe Her Honor the Vice President, can come back to the House on Friday just to give a position on what measures the government is taking to alleviate this hunger situation. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kasanengwa. The next Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to raise a matter of urgent public importance directed at the Minister of Defense. Probably in his absence, Honor the Vice President. Kaumbwe constituencies, most of the constituencies that are along the border have got Zambia Defense Forces who have set camp in our various constituencies. Just 2 or 3 days ago, the mandate by these Zambia Defense Force officers, they are overstepping on their mandate in the sense that they are brutalizing our people. Just 2 or 3 days ago, one member of my constituent was irrigating his field using a water bowser. The Zambian army went to pounce on him, beat him, cracked ribs, and as I'm talking right away, he is in St. Francis Hospital. 3 or 4 days ago, similar incidences. What I'm talking about is the Zambia army stepping on the mandate for Zambia police, which makes our people feel like instead of being protected from external forces, which the Zambia army mandate lies, they are now brutalizing people entering into civil cases. Is the Minister of Defense in order to, first of all, he's not in the House, but I'm sure he's listening. Is in order to send these Zambia Defense Forces in our communities with instructions to brutalize our people? We have had presence of these soldiers for more than 2 years, but maybe due to lack of assignment for which they were sent, they are now going to be like policemen. I seek your very serious indulgence, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kaumbwe. I suggest you put in a question which the Honorable Minister can answer. instead of raising that issue as a matter of urgent public importance. It's of concern if indeed that is what is happening, but please put in a question. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful. And the matter that I wish to raise, Madam Speaker, is directed at the Minister of Energy. Madam Speaker, the country has experienced imminent drought. As you know, Madam Speaker, we depend on the hydropower. I wanted to find out any interventions that the ministry has put in place to make sure that we don't go back to road shedding, because, Madam Speaker, this will affect the small businessmen, especially those who rely on barber shops, saloons, and welders. I would want to find out if there are any interventions that the ministry has put in place to make sure that you are safe. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious guidance. I submit.
Thank you very much. Since the Honorable Member is asking for interventions, I suggest that the Honorable Member puts in a question which can be addressed later by the Honorable Minister of Energy. That concludes matters of urgent public importance. Let's make progress. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Services, Security to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the pleasure to deliver a ministerial statement to inform this August House and the nation at large on the removal of the buyback option under the National Health Insurance Scheme, NHIS. The National Health Insurance Scheme, NHIS, was established by Act Number 2 of 2018 as a compulsory scheme to provide reliable health care financing for all Zambian citizens and legal residents. This is in line with the New Dawn government's agenda for bringing services closer to the people and ensuring universal health coverage agenda. Madam Speaker, the primary objective of the National Health Insurance Scheme is to ensure that people who become members of the scheme, whether formally employed or those in the informal sector, have unhindered access to high-quality health care services that are paid for by the scheme to reduce their financial burden in times of illness from out of pocket. Madam Speaker, in order to provide support to the members of the scheme in the informal sector and extend health insurance coverage to them, the National Health Insurance Authority, NIMA, introduced the buyback policy in the year 2020. The buyback policy, Madam Speaker, was a well-intended policy that waived the waiting period that was required for members of the scheme to access services. This policy was aimed at increasing membership uptake among the informal sector, who are most vulnerable and suffer high out-of-pocket costs in accessing healthcare services. Further, it was expected that once on board or once onboarded and having gained access to services, members would continue to make contributions to the scheme regularly. Madam Speaker, the buyback option enabled new members to register and pay their premiums in retrospect as buyback of 4 months and immediately access necessary health services. Similarly, old members whose payment fell into arrears would also settle the arrears and immediately access necessary health care services excuse me, as long as the arrears were within the 4 months period. Despite the good intentions, however, despite the good intentions of the buyback program, a large number of members from the informal sector only register as members of the scheme when they are already sick. As a result, they would only pay the required average premium of 200 kwacha, which is 50 kwacha by 4 months, and then access all the services such as laboratory services, drugs, and in some cases even very expensive services such as CT and MRI scans. Madam Speaker, the cost of these services to NIMA is estimated to be between 5,000 kwacha and 8,000 kwacha per member against the average contribution of 200 kwacha paid. In cases of dialysis, cancer, and other complicated cases, the costs were even higher. Madam Speaker, further, it has been observed that such members stop contributing their premiums once treated, but would show up again when they fell ill and just pay the same 4 months arrears of 200 kwacha to access the services. Madam Speaker, this practice is not sustainable, and the NHIS will grind to a halt financially if this trajectory is not stopped. It is worth noting that while both membership registration and claims for informal sector have been on the rise, contributions from the informal sector have been declining. Currently, Madam Speaker, the claims are paid for informal sector members of the scheme are far much higher than their contributions. Madam Speaker, the buyback option placed a huge stress, therefore, on the National Health Insurance Scheme's solvency and ultimately on its existence, because the claims received monthly had exceeded the monthly revenue being collected. The result has been the disinvestment of funds to meet these claims. Madam Speaker, the actuarial evaluation on the scheme sustainability conducted revealed that the surge in claims has mainly emanated from the buyback option clause, which was prevalent in the informal sector. The actuarial study also revealed that if the same trajectory is maintained, the scheme will run bankrupt. The removal of this option is therefore primarily to save the fund from bankruptcy and from grinding to a halt under our watch. Madam Speaker, the new approach is to encourage the informal sector and the public at large to pre-register their membership and to ensure that members' contributions are consistent to avoid the situation where the scheme is under threat. Madam Speaker, we are cognizant that the decision may affect the members of the scheme from the informal sector as undertaken to withdraw it. Therefore, we have embarked on a rigorous sensitization campaign on the need to contribute consistently and pre-register in order to access the health insurance services on the basis of solidarity. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security. The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The importance of NIMA cannot be overemphasized. Madam Speaker, I would like to find out from the Honorable Minister, why can't NIMA segment their products to meet those who can afford, those who can't afford, and those who would want to be treated even abroad? This, Madam Speaker, will help, because even when I want to insure my motor vehicle, I would go for third party, go for comprehensive, and other policies within the insurance scheme. Why can't government, through NHIS, take such a step so that they cover everyone regardless of where they have been sent to be treated? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member from Pika. I'm grateful for your question, and perhaps I must say it's timely, and discussions are underway where those options, Madam Speaker, that are aligned with what the Honourable Member has asked about are being considered. So in short, Honourable Madam Speaker, those are some of the options that are being considered currently as we seek the ways of ensuring that this National Health Insurance Scheme is viable and sustainable. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I sat here listening to the Minister, I was shaking and I said the vision of NHIS that was established in Cabinet has been lost. I remember we argued 2 days. 2 days. And the argument was, this is a contributory fund so that the Ministry of Health budget can be supported by this contribution, and it is going to cover everybody, including my mother, in Chitotera village. And to hear that the vendors, the marketeers, who were the majority citizens, before they were receiving the medicine for free, until 2018, when this law was enacted and said, you can contribute 200 kwacha, and then you'll be attended to. And then we said, no, because they are only paying us and when they want to obtain this service. This is not the vision why NHIS was enacted, Minister. NHIS was enacted to cover for every Zambian regardless of their economic status.
The Honourable Member for Pambashe, you are now debating. Please ask a point of clarification.
Why are you neglecting the majority citizen, the marketeers, the vulnerable citizens of Zambia, who cannot manage to contribute a monthly contribution? They can only manage to pay as and when they fall ill. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Member of Parliament for Pambashe for his ardent support to the need that the New Dawn administration government recognizes that we have to find solutions that will ensure that we deliver on the universal coverage, universal health insurance coverage for our people. So indeed, this is the reason, Madam Speaker, why NHIS has gone out to mobilize to the informal sector. And most of the activities that have been undertaken in the recent past and up to now are focusing on that same objective. But nevertheless, Madam Speaker, the fact that you aim at a universal coverage solution, and then at the same time, you have a mechanism that is called, or that is of a format of insurance, as was mentioned by the other honourable member for Kapianga, means that you have to re-engineer, recalibrate. Insurance by nature is that you will pay. And when you pay, NHIS was formatted in such a manner that it will make its added value through the solidarity concept. The more we put in, all of us, as prescribed in the law, that everyone shall have to make a contribution. The more you contribute, the more investment that will cause us to get to a point where we have enough resource to support the Ministry of Health in the manner that was discussed by the Honourable Member. But of course, we see that there was a shortcoming in here, that perhaps this insurance contribution, the premium, that was assigned at the time at 1% for the contributor and 1% for the employer, was not necessarily as viable to be able to bring to the fore enough resources for everyone to benefit from. So, yes, we want universal coverage, but we must have the financial tool that will be able to raise and put together enough resources to be able to buy that. At 1% and 1%, perhaps we have got a shortfall. And at the moment, we are looking at ways we can enhance this service. Appropriation of NHIMA to cover for the poor and vulnerable has not been done from inception, for instance. That has not been done. If you go to the core of what was to be put in place, that appropriation has not come. So out of the close to 700,000, 4 million who are contributing, those who are accessing amongst the poor and the vulnerable, also that appropriation has not come to be able to achieve that, but yet they are receiving. NHIMA operations are covered by contributions as against what was planned, that fund will come from another contribution from within the government resources. That too has not been achieved yet. So all registered members are expected to contribute. An example I would give is such that, Madam Speaker, that currently we have a situation where the public sector, I will make a comparison between public sector and informal sector contributions and claims. So public sector, the claims are at 15% less than the total contribution that they make into the fund. While the informal sector, Madam Speaker, the claims are at 255% more than the contributions that are made into the fund. This is the reason why we are currently running with NHIMA, providing some options into the future, which includes what Honorable Member for Kapyanga did speak about, finding solutions that are viable. I thank you.
Honorable Member for Mpika. That's it. It's not Honorable Member for Kapyanga. I don't. It's okay. Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, your statement is rather worrisome because, as you know, the number of people that are working, those that are in the formal sector, are few compared to those who are in the informal sector and those that are not working. Now, considering your concerns that it borders on the liquidity of NHIMA, are there other options? I've heard you have said that there are some options being discussed, as Honorable Kapyanga had suggested, that when you are trying to insure a motor vehicle, you check whether you're going to do full comprehensive insurance is more expensive than third party. Now, as you are looking at the various options, are there any that you can assure our people out there who are listening to your statement that they will not be left behind, even as you try to sort out this liquidity problem that you are foreseeing as a ministry? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member of Parliament for Kantanshi. I have to be careful this time, and apologies to the Honourable Member for Mpika. Yes, Madam Speaker, an actuarial, there's, I think we have to talk about it or look at it from that point of view. A lot of conversations have been taking place over the past close to a year, reviewing the different studies that have been undertaken or valuations. So actuarial study valuations have been undertaken as way back as 4 or 5 years ago. And so we've got 4 reports from the evaluators. And recently, ILO did fund, in collaboration with another group, did assist to fund NHIMA to undertake an actuarial valuation. And this was recently undertaken for onboarding those not currently covered. So as you would appreciate, the ILO is very much the carrier of the agenda, or the members of ILO, the agenda of the decent work agenda, and within there, the different facets, which includes wellness and health of those in the workplace and beyond. So this was the focus that we undertake a study for onboarding those not currently covered, and whether indeed the scheme is in a position to do that, and in what format. A pilot is being undertaken, therefore, Madam Speaker, to study the feasibility of onboarding the poor and the vulnerable amongst the interventions that are being undertaken as at now. So the report is available, and the proposals in there are what are on the table being considered, that before the third quarter, that solutions are found which are concrete and are brought before the relevant government authorities to look at those solutions to carry us forward, carrying everybody, as was the intention. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Kasenengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I had an argument with Honourable Member for Pambashe when I was saying it's not getting healed, but getting ill. Is misleading the people. Now, my question, Madam Speaker, to the Minister on the floor is that, one, this issue is very sensitive. Maybe it needed a lot of debate, but I wanted to find out from you, Honourable Minister, what measures have you put in place so that almost every citizen of this country contribute something towards NHIS, it be 5 kwacha per month, or each time they buy talk time, or each time they pay for electricity? What measures have you put in place so that everybody participates in the contribution, much as we want to participate in the benefiting from the service that NHIS offers through the Ministry of Health? So how inclusive are you? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member for Kasenengwa. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member is absolutely spot on. Amongst the different proposals that have been couched includes what was earlier proposed, what you have talked about, seeking mechanisms and points of intervention that will help us get to a place, use the principle of the critical mass, but yet small amounts, but yet those small amounts make for something in solidarity, in the solidarity context. So at this moment, Madam Speaker, I'm not able to go through and propose and make the propositions and submit on what exactly has been put in place, proposed, before they go to the next, from NHIS, before they go to the next level, and including a cabinet, and then we are able to share on those proposals that are being made. As soon as that is done, and the authorities have agreed, moved on, there's an approval, we will be able to bring to the fore what has been proposed. And in the meantime, consultations are taking place, and I believe there will be a point at which the honourable members would also be able to give their contribution, their thought processes to this. I submit.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Fair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, indeed, the informal sector, which I think in this case includes peasant farmers, people in the villages, have been surviving the way the Minister described. But I also feel that as government, the government still, or the people still reserve the right to health, and government should be able to provide that. My major worry, which is my question, is that in the interim, have you looked at the shock that would be caused, by the withdrawal of that arrangement? And is there anything that you do about it? Because these people need to still access health services. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, mitigation measures are being implemented upon the withdrawal of the buyback options. And there is an array of interventions that are being undertaken just to assure the honourable member who has asked that question. This government, the New Dawn administration, is the pro-people. We are here for the people, and whatever solution that we provide has to be mindful that the level of comfort for the citizens is maintained. The level of reasonableness in the interventions that are being proposed must be seen in the way we continue to look at mitigation measures. So additional measures that I would talk about include extension of coverage still, informal sector payment using mobile money, patient payment according to ability to pay, use of aggregations or aggregators such as FRA, FISIP, ZNFU, and cooperatives. So these are among some of the proposals that are going. Mitigation measures, the following measures were put in place before withdrawing the buyback. Members having challenges clearing contribution arrears have not been immediately removed from accessing services. Only members with 4 months contribution arrears have access to services restricted. Upon paying the missing arrears, member accounts are instantly activated and accessing of services start. Key stakeholder mapping as well, Madam Speaker, and official correspondence was done to communicate the changes that NHIS was to effect. Madam Speaker, the authority's public notice sensitization has continuously been undertaken via various media platforms. NHIS call center, which is a toll-free line, 8,000, and all service contact points have been equipped with information to provide to the members regarding the buyback withdrawal, and members have ably been assisted to access services. Post-buyback withdrawal monitoring also has been instituted. Madam Speaker, post-implementation impact is a matter that we have to look at very clearly to cushion impact on members with special needs. We have streamlined the process to allow the waiver of buyback rules, mainly for members with end-of-life stage kidney disease who require daily dialysis and patients on cancer treatment. These members are granted immediate access to services. Madam Speaker, the profile of the diseases continue to be reviewed for possible consideration and inclusion. These are some of the things that are being undertaken at NHIS as to mitigate the impact of this withdrawal, which is meant for the survival of the scheme while the new proposals are being mooted and refined through stakeholder engagement to be brought to the fore, so that there's that reform to the next phase of what NHIS must become. I submit.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Shuangando.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the rationale behind the introduction of this national insurance scheme was mooted, and we then in government approved it and made sure that it was placed under the Ministry of Health to ensure that universal coverage is available for all. They have not employees and non-employees. And the Ministry of Health, Madam Speaker, has got presence closest to our poor and the poorest of the poor. You go to Shwangandu, you find at least a clinic. You go to Nawarachuombo, you find a clinic. These are the platforms which were meant to implement this policy. And to allow the have-nots, our villagers, who are not
Honorable
on...
member, you are now debating. I thought you were asking a point of...
Your Honor, it's very important, Madam Speaker, this is very key.
Yes, but
our
this
people,
segment, Honorable Member for Shonga, this segment is for asking points of clarification. What I understand is they're doing away with the buyback.
Yes, Madam
Because
Speaker.
there are some members who only pay their subscriptions when they get sick. And when they're okay, they go. And when they get sick again, they want to pay. I think that's what the question that the Honorable Minister was trying to address, and encouraging that members, a lot of members should be subscribing instead of doing one-off when they get sick. That means if they do that, that means there won't be enough resources to support NIMA. That's what I understood when I was listening. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, this buyback policy was the one that would allow my villager mother to access health services because she has got no income that she earns from which a contribution can be deducted at the month end, like it is done for employees. And these are people that don't have stable income. So they would go, when they are not well, at least relatives could mobilize to put monies together and take to a clinic. And at that point, they would be asked to pay for
If
4 months.
the honorable member can put that in a form of a point of clarification instead of a debate.
Honorable Madam Speaker, my question to the Honorable Minister, who is trying to protect the employees, because they are the ones who are feeling that they are carrying the burden of the have-nots. Don't you think this is the right time, Honorable Minister, to take back this national scheme back to the Minister of Health? Because this buyback, Madam Speaker, was working well under the Minister of Health. It's become a problem because it has been taken to the ministry which takes care of employees in the formal sector and informal sector. Don't you think it would be reasonable to take back this scheme to where it was so that our people, the have-nots, can continue to access health? I submit, Madam Speaker.
It was a submission. The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Shwangandu for his debate. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to put it straight that the Honourable Member will be happy to hear that this government thinks 50 years ahead. It doesn't think on 1 year, 2 years basis. It analyzes the future, looking back into the past, pick lessons and take them, post them into the future. 50 years of thinking, 50 years posted into the future that we have to plan for. We plan as the New Dawn administration for 50 years. Having said that, Madam Speaker, this government is in control. The Honourable Member will want to learn that we are in control and we are a people-oriented government, a government for people, and so we are in control. I submit.
The Honorable Member for Lukulu East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our National Health Insurance Scheme, it's very clear that it has been grossly misunderstood, going by the way, not only in the House, but generally even among our public. Our health insurance scheme is a social health insurance that is meant to cover everybody by ensuring that those who can pay more should do so. Those who can't should also not be forced to do so, but everyone should be on the scheme so that we pool the resources
together. And illness often does not happen at the same time, so the money that Honorable Msokotwane pays for the month that is not ill will be able to pay for the service for our grandmother who is in the village. So it is a social health. It's different from the commercial insurance
Honorable
schemes
Member
for which
now
you
you are
choose.
debating. You are debating. What's
So I
your
thought I
point
should
of
just clarify it a
clarification?
little bit. But
Point
however,
of
Madam Speaker, I could say more because I presided over this as chairman of the Health Committee when this bill was being made. However, I will ask a question following your guidance. I have had sight of the actuarial report, which clearly shows that the scheme is facing significant pressure if you don't intervene as you have done. And there are two things. One, you have removed the buyback, but there's also a proposal, a suggestion that the current contributions are based on the net earnings of the workers, and that perhaps it will help if you change to gross earnings from the workers, so that there will be a little bit more money to support even Honorable Chitotela's grandmother in the village. You have not mentioned about this. What is the Minister of Labour doing towards that proposal in the report? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank Honorable Dr. Kadila. Indeed, as I said, there is a moment, a time when specifics will be provided. It is possible that I can pick proposals here and begin to read them, but I believe there will be an appropriate time because a lot of work has gone into this, and many changes have been proposed, and it's better that they come at a time when all of it has been put together, the consultations have been done, then we are able to begin to share. But certainly that too is one of the proposals that is coming through that will be discussed and put together, compounded together with all the other proposals, and we will be able to inform the Honourable House as to the way forward. I submit.
Thank you. In view of the interest, I'll add 10 minutes, but please, as you ask questions, be precise to the point so that we can accommodate as many members as possible. The Honourable Member for Namwala.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Minister. Minister, may I know if government has taken any deliberate position to sensitize the citizens, particularly those in the rural setups, on the importance of paying towards this NHIS scheme? Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Madam Speaker, the buzzings are quite loud, and I missed the question. And if the Honourable Member can repeat.
May the Honourable Member for Namwala repeat his question?
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you, I just wanted to find out from the Minister if there's a deliberate position by government to sensitize the people, particularly those in the rural setup, on the importance of making payments towards this NHIS. If indeed, then who is responsible and trusted to spearhead this? I submit.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, the Honourable Member, for that question. Madam Speaker, indeed, amongst those mitigatory measures that I talked about, there's been a lot of work that has been undertaken in terms of road shows other than other media platforms where NHIS has been sharing information. But there's been outreach to reach out to our people through road shows in various places where the informal sector in particular are operating from. And so that is a very cardinal point of sensitization, because the law does indeed require, Madam Speaker, under Section 53(1) of the National Health Insurance Act number 2 of 2018, that a person shall not indeed fail to pay the scheme within the specified period any contribution which the person is liable to pay under the Act, And in E, where required to pay contributions to the scheme, evade payment of a contribution. Where requirement to pay contribution to the scheme, of course, evasion is not permissible. So this is the legal framework that provides for this, and this has provided for the impetus for NIMA to get out and conduct a lot of outreach, extensive outreach to where the informal sector and many other citizens are, it being a universal insurance scheme. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the various platforms that we have sat in have lamented the existence of NIMA under Minister of Labour, and suggestions have been made that NIMA should be moved to Minister of Health, so that there is effectiveness, efficiency, and timely utilization and accountability of the funds, so that maybe National Health Insurance Scheme, which involves labor, can continue. But the utilization under the National Health Insurance Management Authority, NIMA, should be under health. And what was awaiting was the SI to be signed. What is the position now concerning NIMA under labor? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Solwezi West for that question, which is very close, so in the same lines with what was asked from the Honorable Members on the left. Active and a lot of work has been undertaken on this subject, and in due course, the Honorable Members will be told what has been decided. But as I indicated earlier, we are a listening government, and everything that comes from the members from the House is taken seriously in the deliberations, in this particular case for the NIMA, the future of NIMA into the future. So this, or the future of NIMA going ahead or into the next years to come, has been debated, and the decision has been arrived at, and this will be announced in due course. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mandevu.
Madam Speaker, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I must say that I was very worried when the Minister was making this announcement, because I'm aware that actually the hospitals have already suspended this facility before this official announcement. I have even in my inbox somebody asking me for money to go for elbows, because our poor mothers, our marketeers, I have a lot in Mandevu, cannot afford. And this was the only opportunity to allow them to proper health care. Don't you think the technocrats in your ministry are just after the people who are working? Yet this facility is meant for everyone, from us, the people in the white-collar jobs, and the marketeers. Don't you think these people are misleading you and they'll make you unpopular? Don't you think that, Madam Minister? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Mandevu. And I fully agree that universality was the intention. Now, the mechanism, the methodicalness to put in place a mechanism, a vehicle that would deliver that is what we are closely examining in this moment. Madam Speaker, I may bring or try to seek to cast the memory of our honorable members back in 2019-2020, when the formation of NIMA was being engineered. There are areas, Madam Speaker, that perhaps needed better strengthening or better thinking, as was indicated that for instance, the premium which is paid is based on net, not gross. That was an issue. The fact that this insurance scheme is meant for everybody, and yet the premiums or the contributions which are contributed by the workers and those that are coming from the informal sector and everybody is lesser. The fact that, perhaps just to give those two examples, means that there are many other points that we need to look at. The fact that some of the money or the resources for administration, for NIMA administration, which was supposed to come from the Treasury, from the time of formation, the money perhaps didn't start flowing in earnest. All those mean that definitely the mechanism lacked methodicalness and real understanding to ensure that the objective is supported, the object of universality is supported by the right tools and the instruments that will deliver on that objective. It is universal, and then think of our population is about 20 million. And those who are paying are only 4 million. Think about that. There are 4 million. How effective will this is this scheme or this objective likely to be if 4 million are contributing and they are supposed to, at the end of the day, cover everybody in the 19 million? And their families, indeed, the workers and their families, the informal sector workers and their families. So this is the reason why this government has sought to take this back into the works, look at it, examine it, see what is best, what the best tools and mechanisms would be in order for us to deliver that universality with the money that is coming through. So in this moment, we have a situation that I talked about, 255% in claims over what is contributed. How viable can that be? And this was all coming from the year 2019-2020, when our colleagues on the left were in power. So what we are saying is that there's lots of gaps, dips, and valleys that we are having to attend to as the new Dawn administration. So those areas, which also include the fact that if we were to compare between NAPSA and NIMA, NAPSA contribution will stay for 40 years before someone, 35 to 40 years before someone claims it back. But in the case of NIMA, you put it in today, tomorrow you take it out. These are matters of critical importance that, honorable members, you should humbly seek to work with us and find better solutions methodically. I submit.
Since there are only 2 members that have indicated, I think we can hear them. But please do not repeat the questions and also be precise to the point. Honorable Member from Freer.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for this consideration. Honorable Minister, many people in the informal sector struggle to keep up with payments to NIMA because they are struggling to make ends meet. And the little money they will make, they would rather buy food than pay NIMA when they are not sick. Now, there are also some people in the informal sector, Honorable Minister, who would like to be up to date with the payments, but they are inconvenienced by the limited contribution methods. Those in the informal sector get it deducted through the payroll. But in the informal sector, either you go to the NIMA office or you go to the health facility and make your payment. Now, when you are not sick, that time is very difficult for them to find. Are you considering expanding methods of making contributions so that from the comfort of their small shops on the street, they can still be able to pay those that would like to keep up to date with their own payments? I submit, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Honourable Member from Muflira, thank you for that question. The answer is yes, it's part of what we are working on, to find those mechanisms to ensure that access to points where you need to pay to put in your premium are close to where the people are. So yes, and just to conclude, finally, not conclude, Madam Speaker, because I could speak for another 20 minutes if allowed. I just want to re-emphasize that the buyback removal does not mean old people will be affected. It's all meant to encourage those who are supposed to pay so that they pay, as opposed to a lot of those who are supposed to pay not paying. So this mechanism is to encourage those who are supposed to pay and not wait until they are unwell. Because when they do that, the value of the solidarity mechanism or principle and philosophy that influenced this scheme is lost. You have lesser money working to invest and have enough to pay out the claims, whereby, as against where you have everybody paying and having better value, even when invested, to be able to provide more coverage. So I believe, I'm sure within our values of patriotism, if the law says pay, it's important to pay, because we are only observing what the law says. And we are also seeking to achieve the original intent of we shall put together the resource, everyone who wants to benefit from it, and thereby invest and expand the value, and thereafter provide more reach for the many that are making a contribution and their families. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central will be the last.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not easy to be the last person in a discussion of this manner. Madam Speaker, I will request just for a second. This NHIS, when it was passed, we were on that side. I still remember I was there. And there was a vote cast. And I still remember, Madam Speaker, seeing Honorable Chitaru Chirufya standing, supporting this NHIS. You only realize the importance of NHIS if you visit Levy Hospital. You check on the MRI section which people are seeking that service. Then you realize NHIS is important. If you don't go there, Madam Speaker, you just talk of NHIS on the road, you talk of NHIS in the office, you will never realize the importance of NHIS. My question is related to awareness and sensitization. In the responses that she has given, she was talking of masses contributing pieces to build that which can serve. I don't want to mention that there are people who don't have health, Madam Speaker. It's only in heaven where everybody is assured of health. Now, we are talking about health regardless of whether you have or you don't have. Madam Speaker, for those who don't have, who needs to have life, so that tomorrow they will contribute to the economy of this country. What is it that NHIS has put on the table? You go to Kalabo, you only hear NHIS when you enter Kalabo District Hospital. Why is it that NHIS management does not visit these areas, the informal sector, visiting them,
trying to give them the knowledge at that particular time. Madam Speaker, that's why they pay the 200 kwacha when they go to the hospital, because everybody wants life. Why doesn't NIMA broaden the spectrum of visitation? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Madam Speaker, I'm thankful for the contribution, the question from the Honourable Member. And I think earlier on I did go through the number of interventions that NIMA has been undertaking. And I also wish to also point out to the fact that NIMA, excuse me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, outreach activities are outlined there directly through NIMA. Madam Speaker, I'm also aware that our honourable members are aware that NIMA operates through the accredited institutions. And within those accredited institutions, Madam Speaker, we have staff that are placed in there. These staff have also been given part of the mandate to be able to conduct services for awareness raising to the communities that surround them. But needless to say, Madam Speaker, we hear the Honourable Member, and we will take this on to see how the spectrum of awareness interventions, both in the urban and the rural and the rural the rural communities are those in the private sector or those who are in the informal sector. So we shall seek further refinement interventions to improve, because as a New Dawn administration, we believe in continuous improvement and maximizing or optimizing on improvements for excellency in what we do. So NIMA believes in that. NIMA is set up for that, and for the fact that they are here to deliver universal health insurance, and it being a very nascent young organization, definitely we have programs that have set them up. They've been to other countries where such facilities are, like Kenya and a few other places, to learn what the others are doing within the SADC region and the neighboring countries. Besides what they learn from within, from other institutions, there's also outreach to go and benchmark from other countries. So the honourable member should be assured that we're striving for excellency, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, since we have used a lot of time, we'll catch up on the questions. We make progress. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order 76. Her Honor, the Vice President. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Member from Pika. I was jumping the gun, sorry.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question number 237.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member from Pika constituency, Mr. Francis Kapianga, asks under Standing Order number 76, the question to the Vice President in four parts. A, whether the government is aware that there is severe hunger in Nabwalia Chiefdom in Mpika parliamentary constituency following the destruction of crops by wild animals. B, if so, what urgent measures are being taken to provide relief food to the chiefdom to avert loss of life? C, whether the government is aware that over 170 houses were submerged in the Luangwa area in the chiefdom following heavy rains. And D, if so, what urgent relief measures are being taken to assist the affected households? In response, Madam Speaker, I would like in response to the question, I would like to state that government is aware that there is severe hunger in Nabualia Chiefdom in Mpika parliamentary constituents, and the urgent measures being undertaken to provide relief to the chiefdom, I wish to state as follows. A, Madam Speaker, government is fully aware of the hunger situation in Nabualia Chiefdom. In 2023, government undertook the in-depth vulnerability and needs assessment survey that established that Nabualia Chiefdom was food insecure. B, Madam Speaker, in order to mitigate the food insecurity in Nabualia Chiefdom, government released 114 metric tons in November 2023, and distribution was concluded on 22nd December 2023. This was to last up to January 2024. A further 313 metric tons have been released to Mpika district, and Nabualia will benefit from this consignment. Additionally, Nabualia received 135 by 10 kg of soya chunks and 50 by 50 kg of beans. Further, my government, through the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit, the Ministry of Tourism and the surrounding communities have been engaging each other on the need to avoid animal corridors or indeed plant crops in protected areas. I think the Minister, Madam Speaker, of Tourism has been battling this and giving responses in this House, who is really the rightful person to do that. C, Madam Speaker, in responding to the question regarding whether government is aware that over 170 houses were submerged in the Luangwa area in Nabualia Chiefdom following heavy rains, I wish to state that the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit, through the District Disaster Management Committee, has not received any report of this incident. Further, the provincial and district disaster management officers have been engaged and have confirmed that they have not received a report. Further, I wish to implore members of Parliament to report any such incidents to the district disaster management committees to which they belong for an effective disaster response. Madam Speaker, indeed, as stated at C, I wish to inform this august House that government, through the District Disaster Management Committee, has not received any report on this incident. However, government will continue monitoring the situation in Nabualia and institute appropriate interventions, given that the areas in particular and the district in general are still on the relief pipeline. Madam Speaker, in concluding on this is for me to acknowledge that by your guidance, the executive will make a statement to indicate the situation, the hunger situation in the country, and the interventions that government intends to take. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions, honorable members. Since the Honorable Vice President will be coming back on Friday to address the issue of hunger situation, let's only address these issues to the constituents, Nabualia Chiefdom. This is Mpika constituency. The honorable member from Mpika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Her Honor the Vice President, for the response. Her Honor the Vice President, it all seems that your office has been doing everything possible to ensure that real food reaches the people of Nabualia in Mpika constituents. However, Madam Speaker, what our people received is not what Our Honor the Vice President has stated. And some of the maize is marooned in rundas. The hunger situation in Nabualia started in the very December because the food that was delivered only lasted for 2 weeks. The situation is very bad this time around. Pupils cannot even go to school because they have no energy. And many in some of the communities have even abandoned families. They have run to Mpika Boma, which compounds the situation. Madam Vice President, when can you assign a team on the ground to go and check so that you have first-hand information on what is happening? Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honorable member because basically he's bringing new additional information, and by his own suggestion, this is an issue that we need to verify as quickly as possible. But definitely I can't give a date standing here. Thank you. But we will have to get to the ground and get the whole truth of what is happening there. Thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member for Lukasha.
I'm grateful, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Honour the Vice President a question. Your Honour the Vice President, I want to find out how effective is the communication between the DMMU officers at the district and the National Coordinator's Office and the Office of Vice President. I ask this question, Madam Speaker, because usually when you table a disaster report with the DMMU officers at district level, we don't seem to get the feedback from the request. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honour the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just say, indeed, we need probably to improve because, except I didn't hear the honourable member confirm that he had actually reported or the situation is known at the district level. If there is that confirmation, Madam Speaker, then indeed we have to work on communication, what is happening. Because if the report is given at the district, we expect that it will come here. There are issues that they will handle because the province also stocks, food in different forms. So sometimes they'll do that and just give us a report. But generally, there should be a proper communication, Madam Speaker. So I don't know whether the district is aware, for example, of what the honourable member from Pika spoke about. And now food marundi ni lundazi, you get a bit mixed up. So we will follow up and see that we can make things better.
Thank you. The honourable member from Pika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honour the Vice President, once again. Indeed, a report was done to the District Disaster Committee. My councillors submitted, and I also, even in the case of Luangwa community where houses are submerged, I personally actually even communicated to the National Coordinator of DMMU, and my councillors also submitted a report to our District Disaster Committee. Madam Speaker, I would like also to find out from our Honour the Vice President, now that she has this information that we have 170 houses submerged in Luangwa, what immediate action would government take to save the situation? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honour the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there are several members of Parliament whose constituents have found themselves in a situation like he's, talking about where people are submerged in water. Except even by the question and what he's saying, we don't even know the time frames when this happened. But normally what we do is to provide, other than the food to mitigate that situation, then we provide tents, because that is a temporal situation. For the permanent situation is something else that must be looked at. But I don't know where the people are now. If you are saying they got submerged, and when was that? And probably they have integrated into the communities. But generally, we provide tents so that people can be in those shelters for a while. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable member from Pika, do engage. Since you are on the DMMU is in Lusaka. Instead of waiting to ask a question, you go there. Since you have made a report, I think it would help if you go there, because the food that is stuck in Lundazi will end up being consumed by the people in Lundazi as you are waiting for magic to happen. So we make progress. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Kasama Central.
On behalf of the people of Kasama District, question number 238.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Kasama Central is asking the Minister of Health the following questions. A, when the government will repair the X-ray machine at Kasama General Hospital in Kasama District. B, what the cause of the delay in repairing the machine is. C, whether government has any plans to procure a new X-ray machine. And lastly, D, if so, when the plans will be implemented. The answers are as follows, Madam Speaker. A, government will not repair the X-ray machine at Kasama General Hospital in Kasama District because the X-ray machine has reached its end of useful life. B, Madam Speaker, as stated earlier, the X-ray machine will not be repaired as it has reached the end of its life. Therefore, there is no delay in repairing the machine. Sounds negative so far, but positive part is coming. C, Madam Speaker, government has already procured a new digital X-ray machine which has been delivered with a 3-year warranty to Kasama General Hospital. D, Madam Speaker, as stated in C above, government has already procured a new X-ray machine for Kasama General Hospital. Therefore, Part D of the question falls off. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kasama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Acting Health Minister. Minister, you have stated that the machine has been procured. We do appreciate that the machine has been procured, but then it is of no use for the procurement of a machine, but then there is no installation. Because currently, Kasama General Hospital is referring its patients to St. Fidelis Mission Hospital, which is 35 kilometers away from Kasama, as well as Mungwi District Hospital, which is 30 kilometers from Kasama. This is also an extra expense to the people of Kasama. Therefore, when will the ministry install the new X-ray machine? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for that information, and I can assure her that the machine will be installed. We'll take it upon ourselves to make sure that that is done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
I thank you again, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask the Minister, Acting Minister of Health a question. Acting Minister, I've been following this case as keenly as my colleague from Kasama Central has been doing. The analog machine was decommissioned in July of last year, and the equipment, which is a new equipment, was delivered to Kasama in September last year. As at last week, it has not been installed. I think the people of Kasama are concerned, and that's why we're asking this question. Can we be assured, Honourable Minister, the time frame that the government will take to install this equipment? Because it's been marooned there at Kasama from September last year up to this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member. The assurance that government can give is that the machine will be installed. There's a time frame here. But if an equipment is procured and is needed in a health institution in this country, it must be installed. And that is why I'm saying that in as far as the ministry is concerned, every step will be taken to ensure that this machine is installed. The time frames that you have mentioned basically highlight the fact that maybe something that ought to have happened did not happen, and we'll make sure that it happens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kasama, but maybe the Honorable Member for Rukasha wanted to know what the time frame within which the installation will be done. I know the Honorable Acting Minister has said with as soon as possible, but the Honorable Member for Rukasha wants to have some indication in terms of time. The Honorable Minister, Acting Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a time frame given here, which I didn't read out. The installation of the machine is expected to be done by the end of second quarter of 2024. The reason I didn't read it is because I believe it can be done sooner. And since the question has been raised, the duty of the ministry to make sure that this is installed as soon as possible. So the fact that the answer given was end of second quarter, and when I didn't read it is because I believe that there is some background information or work that needs to be done to ensure that this is installed before that time frame. And this is what we are going to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Second quarter will be sometime in July, so we are just finishing first quarter, so I don't know where the apprehension the members are concerned. When they hear second quarter, it's like next year. The Honorable Member for Kasama Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, it's quite disheartening to learn of the installation to be done by end of second quarter. This issue is long, long overdue. And even as members of parliament, we literally have to be dipping out of our pockets to be sending people to other hospitals. Honorable Minister, it would really, really help if the ministry would try and have this machine installed as soon as possible. I know you have given an assurance, but yet again, if you look at the population of Kasama district, as well as other districts that are referring patients into Kasama, I also wish to appeal that Kasama General Hospital should also be considered for an ultrasound machine. Location clinic should be also considered for an ultrasound machine as well as an X-ray machine in the case that Kasama General Hospital is not working, and Musenga Mini Clinic as well can have an X-ray machine as well as an ultrasound machine. Honorable Minister, as Kasama District, we are on our knees, and please give us a more positive assurance that it will be done as soon as possible. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
I can assure the Honorable Member for Kasama Central, who happens to be my daughter, that there is no need for her to be on her knees. As I said, this can be done earlier than the time from that we were given. So let me make an assurance that we will install this machine by second week of March. I hope that's much better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think we have exhausted. There is assurance that it will be done. So let's make progress. We need to catch up on the lost time on the first, the ministerial statement. Next question, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 239.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central, Honorable Jinga Miyutu. ask the following questions. A, whether the commercial banks performed financially well from January 2020 to December 2022. B, if so, whether there were any spillover benefits to their clients. And C, if not, what measures the government is taking to improve the financial performance of the commercial banks. And the answers are as follows. Under A, Madam Speaker, the overall banking sector performance and condition during the period January 2020 to December 2022 remained satisfactory. This was despite the various setbacks presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly its peak in 2020. Madam Speaker, the financial performance and health of the banking sector across the world is usually assessed using various metrics or quantifiable measures used to track progress and evaluate success. These metrics typically relate to capital adequacy, asset quality, profitability, and liquidity. I will highlight these in a second. Regarding capital adequacy, the sector's adequacy ratios were above the minimum regulatory requirements. In 2020, the primary regulatory capital was 17.8% and increased to 21.9% against a regulatory minimum of 5%. If a bank has adequate readily available capital, it has a greater chance of withstanding shocks to its balance sheet. On asset quality, over the review period, the non-performing loans to total loans ratio improved to 5% in 2022 from 11.6% in 2020. The prudential benchmark is 10%. Profitability, the banking sector in 2022 recorded a profit before tax of 8.5 billion kwacha, which was 245% higher than the profit before tax of 2.46 billion in 2020. On liquidity, a key performance indicator is the ratio of liquid assets to deposits and short-term liabilities. Over the review period, the ratio reduced to 52.2% from 57.4% in 2020, but remained above the prudential minimum threshold of 25%. This signified the banking sector's capacity to meet short-term obligations as they fell due. Madam Speaker, to support the banking sector, including provision of liquidity, the Bank of Zambia in April 2020 availed the targeted medium-term refinancing facility. I will speak to the benefits of the facility, which help support the financial performance of the banking sector, as I address the second question by the Honourable Member. Under B, Madam Speaker, there were indeed spillover benefits arising from the positive performance of the banking sector that was underpinned by the targeted medium-term refinancing facilities. These included reduction in lending rates by an average of 9.8 percentage points, and also provision of moratoriums on interest and or principal repayments, and finally, availability of more credit to various sectors of the economy. Under C, Madam Speaker, the benefits listed in B above, notwithstanding, more can be done by commercial banks working with the government to enhance financial intermediation. Inflation has largely been coming down, but interest rates have only reduced marginally. Currently, interest rates are at around 26.7%, which remains prohibitive. More can also be done to increase the number of our people using banking services. Currently, only 20.7% of the outer population utilizes banking services. These gaps and others are the focus of the government as it prepares the National Financial Inclusion Strategy running from 2024 to 2028, while ensuring that the financial condition of the banking sector is not adversely affected. The Bank of Zambia will ensure this by enhancing its micro and macro prudential surveillance framework. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have heard that in that period, 2020-2022, banks had some substantial short profit. Honorable Madam Speaker, my question is, if banks operated in that manner of profitability, did we have any banks closing up in that period, owing to the fact that the performance of commercial banks was satisfactory? Did we have any banks, commercial banks, closing up? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member. As of now, I cannot remember of a bank that closed during that period, but I could be wrong, but for now, I do not remember any closing. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, once again. Honourable Minister, I just wanted to find out, you've spoken to better performance by the banks for the period covered. I want to just find out whether the adjustment of a monetary policy rate recently has not negated all the benefits that you've spoken about in the performance of the banks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister says he didn't get the question. If you could kindly repeat the question.
Grateful to repeat, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, you've spoken about the positive performance of the banks, the commercial banks, for the period that has been covered. I just want to find out whether the recent adjustments of monetary policy rate by Bank of Zambia has not negated all these benefits you've spoken about, and we haven't impacted the banks negatively. I ask this question because lately we have noticed that the banks have been passing on the effects of MPR adjustment to the consumers. The consumers have been receiving notification, for instance, that their interest rates have been adjusted upwards because of what the Bank of Zambia has done. Can you still say the banks have performed better after the adjustment? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. The period that the question was referring to was from January 2020 to December 2022. Not now. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, I want to say that at any given period of time, one has to make an assessment and see what are the major challenges facing the banking sector and, of course, the country as a whole. As of now, obviously, Honourable Member is aware that the pressure that was there was regarding the exchange rate. And the measures that were taken to make adjustments to the statutory reserve ratio and the movement in the funds, the primary objective of that was to deal with the situation or the challenge of the exchange rate. Obviously, changing the statutory reserve ratio can have effect on the banking system, but I think it is like medicines. There are certain medicines that are known to be curative on a certain disease, but you also know that those medicines must be given in appropriate doses, because if you overdose, you no longer cure the disease, but you may cause other problems. So it is exactly the same. The dosage that was designed for the change in the statutory reserves was what was considered to be appropriate to be able to deal with the exchange rate, but at the same time being mindful of the state of health of the banking sector. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Most grateful, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, it's good to observe that from the government perspective, banks did perform well in the period under review. Honorable Minister, when you consider the performance of the bank from the customer perspective, not necessarily from the government perspective or indeed from the financial services sector perspective, but from us, the general public, the customer perspective, would you still maintain that banks performed well in that period? And I ask with reference to what is commonplace, where people are complaining about liquidity, the absence of liquidity. People are complaining about the absence of the availability of cash. When you go to banks and MFIs, they are not available to access customers, with necessary investment and applicable funds. I wish to confirm whether the feeling of government is that even from the customer perspective, banks did perform. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member is saying, whereas we say the banking sector did well, from the statistics, from the perspective of the customers, the banking sector did not do well. How do you know, Honorable Member, that from the perspective of the customers, the banking system did not do well? Because we don't have the statistics for that. Or we can say that as far as the core function of the banks is concerned, of collecting deposits, they were doing so. We also know that if you take a look from, since this question goes up to December 2022, if you look at the numbers for credit extension to the public, which is another aspect of how you members of the public do enjoy services. I don't have the figure here, but from the numbers that I recall from the Bank of Zambia, credit to the private sector has actually been expanding at the time when credit to the government sector has been going down. The numbers can be checked, but it's very clear that credit to the private sector has actually been expanding. So from that perspective, if you look at the totality, the banking sector has been doing well. Sometimes people would say money is difficult to find. You go to a bank, there's no liquidity. I think we should be careful that we don't generalize the complaints of some people and take that as a picture of the whole. Because as I said, if you look at the extension of credit, it has been expanding quite rapidly to the private sector. But we know that depending on your individual circumstances, you go to the bank, can you lend me some money? For various reasons, the bank may say no. But that is not to say that there's no liquidity. The liquidity is there because we see it expanding. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. The next question, the Honorable Member for Mwinilunga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 240.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Mwenlonga, Honorable Samakai, is asking the Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development the following questions. A, whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the Kalumbila-Lumwana Road in Northwestern Province. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. C, what the mode of financing for the project will be. And D, if there is no such plans, why? We answer as follows, Madam Speaker. A, government has plans to rehabilitate Kalumbila-Lumwana Road in Northwestern Province. B, the rehabilitation works will commence once the design consultant has been engaged. C, the project will be financed through the Treasury, and therefore the answer to D is not applicable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Mwinilunga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very grateful for the answer that the Minister has given. Minister, do you have plans to extend from Rumwana to Mwinilunga since Kasenseri mine is opening partially?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for the follow-up question. And it gives me an opportunity maybe to give more details on the whole of that stretch. Indeed. Madam Speaker, the rehabilitation of Kalumbila-Lumwana Road in Northwestern Province will be part of the project for the rehabilitation of the Kisasa to Mwenilunga. Rehabilitation work will commence once the design consultant has been engaged, the designs prepared, and the works contractor has been procured. Government has plans to rehabilitate T5 road from Kisasa to Mwenilunga under the 2024 RSAWP using contractor with allocation of 90 million kwacha for the works and the 5 million kwacha for the detailed design and the construction supervision. The procurement process for the detailed designs and provision of tender documents has been concluded, and the process of contract signing is underway. This will be done in March 2024, which is starting next week, with the services commencing immediately. The first lot will cover a distance of 60 kilometers, of which 15 kilometers is expected to be completed with the budgetary allocation provided in 2024. In the interim, the Road Development Agency, in collaboration with Zambia National Service, is undertaking holding maintenance works to keep it safe for road users. Government has also seen increased participation of the private sector in developing the road using the PPP, or Public-Private Partnership model. It is for this reason that government intends to subject the road section through a PPP feasibility and viability study from Mutanda through Mwenilunga, Ikerengi, all the way to Jimbe border, using approved funds in the 2024 road sector annual work plan. Madam Speaker, government, the New Dawn government, is cognizant of the fact that this particular section of the road is an important link within the Lobito corridor. So we're doing everything possible to make sure that this road is developed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. With that, I think the Honorable Member for Mwinilonga is satisfied. We make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 241. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Mitete, Honorable Mutelo, asked the Minister of Justice the following questions. A, how many local courts were in Mitete district as of July 2023? B, how many were operational on this as of the same date? C, how many employees there were in all the local courts in the district as of said date? D, when the Nyala local court will be operational? E, what the cause of the delay in operationalizing it is? F, when Lupui and Lutembwa local courts will be reopened? And G, why the courts at F were closed? Madam Speaker, the response, which was given, I must add, last year, and so will be updated as we answer the question. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that A, there were 5 established local courts in Mitete district as of July 2023. B, out of the 5 established local courts in Mitete district, only 1 court was operational as of the said date. C, the judiciary had 11 members of staff in Mitete district to cater for the operational local court. D, Nyala local court building has been constructed with resources from the CDF, and the judiciary has consequently commenced the process of procuring furniture in order to operationalize the court before the end of 2023. And I'll give an update, Madam Speaker, as of present date. E, the delay in operationalizing Nyala local court was due to lack of furniture. F, the judiciary has, in the medium-term expenditure framework budget policy paper 2024 to 2026, made a provision for capital projects to cater for the construction and rehabilitation of subordinate and local court buildings countrywide. Under the MTEF budget policy paper aforementioned, 15 local court buildings will be constructed, and Lupui and Lutembwa local courts in Mitete district are some of the projects included in the infrastructure development plan for the period 2024 to 2026. And G, the 2 courts mentioned above, Lupui and Lutembwa local courts, were closed due to dilapidated infrastructure. Madam Speaker, to bring more relevance to the response, I would like to add the following information in relation to the current status. There are 2 local courts which are now operational, in addition to the aforementioned one, Kashiji local court and Nyala local court. The members of staff are now 12 rather than the 11 that were referred to, because the judiciary in December 2023 employed a local court magistrate for Nyala local court, taking the number to 12 as aforementioned. Madam Speaker, as indicated, Nyala local court was operationalized in December 2023. Although the new furniture for the court is still awaited and will be delivered in the coming month of March 2024, currently second-hand furniture is being used. And finally, Madam Speaker, the capital projects aforementioned, which are scheduled to begin this year, are yet to be commenced, but substantial work has been done in that the relevant background work, preparation of bills of quantities and drawings, and all other relevant documentation is being prepared so as to undertake the work by the end of the first quarter of this year for 50% of that number of capital projects that I referred to. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, I have gone above and beyond. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Speaker, indeed, up and above. As you are appreciating CDF, March is just 2 days from today. This furniture, which is to go to Nyara in March, is it early March, mid-March, or month-end March, and which year? Because you've just said March, Minister. It could be March 20, which March? Madam Speaker, Nyala people are listening. Currently, the CDF building is there, and sessions are just being held. People seated on the floor. Which March? And the part of the March, the year and the part. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to deliver many thanks to the constituents of Mitete, and in particular those within the vicinity of the Nyala local court, for agreeing to undertake infrastructural work of this nature using their CDF. We do appreciate that gesture. Madam Speaker, March entails that by the end of the particular month, at the latest, could be at the beginning, could be later, or could be in the middle, but certainly not later than March, the furniture will be delivered. And we are speaking of delivery, Madam Speaker, which should be a reassurance to the Honourable Member, because we're not talking about purchasing at this time. That should be an answer as well in itself to the Honourable Member. We thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mitete was wondering which year, is it 2020?
Record, Madam Speaker, 2024. I'll speak as slow as him, 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mitete.
Madam Speaker, appreciated. March 2024. Thank you, Minister. You now mentioned of Lupui and Lutembwe. Courts to be done in 2024 and 2026. Specifically for Lupui and Mitete. By the way, Lupui is furthest near bordering Angola. Since it's 2024, is Lupoi and Lutembwe, these two, be the first ones, Madam Speaker, in 2024. 5, it was only one court operating. Kudos, Minister of Local Government for CDF and Minister of Finance. There are now 2. Minister, from central government, Lupui and Lutembwe in 2024. Are we going to see that in Mitete? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I believe the question is being addressed to the Honourable Minister of Justice. The Honourable Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. As indicated, the commitment has already been made for the medium-term expenditure framework for 2024 to 2026. But the plan is to begin, as the Honourable Member has already taken note, within the year 2024 with those 2 particular local courts. I'm sure the essence of putting them ahead is because the initial structures were completely dilapidated. And so there will be need for a lot of diligence to be undertaken to ensure that the people do not continue to suffer without any buildings at all. So that is the commitment made by the judiciary, and as the honourable member would have noted during the budget debate, the funds were already made available for this infrastructural development to be undertaken. So we are putting all the efforts to ensure that we meet this promise, as it were. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honourable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, question 242. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Feira, Honourable Tembo, is asking the Ministry the following questions. A, whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the portion of the Great East Road between Lusaka and the Luangwa Bridge, which is in a deplorable state. And B, if so, when the rehabilitation works will commence. The answer is as follows. A, the government has plans to rehabilitate the portion of the Great East Road between Lusaka and Luangwa Bridge. B, the rehabilitation of the section of the Great East Road between Lusaka and Luangwa Bridge shall be undertaken once Treasury secures the required funds for the project. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honourable Member for Feira. Do you have any?
Just a bit. I didn't get the last part of the minister, perhaps, before I ask my question.
Oh. The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for Feira says he didn't understand, well, we didn't get the last part of the answer, where we were talking about funds being available.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer to B, the rehabilitation of the section of the Great East Road between Lusaka and Luangwa Bridge shall be undertaken once Treasury secures the required funds for the project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to ask a follow-up question. Honourable Minister, the Great East Road is a very, very important road network. You are saying that until when the government secures funds, I want to find out whether there is any provision in the 2024 budget for you to undertake rehabilitation works, because the road is very, very bad from here up to Luangwa. I thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The follow-up question from the Honourable Member for Chama North, Honourable Mutacha, maybe gives me an opportunity to expand on the answer already given. So, in the interim, the government, through the Road Development Agency, will continue to undertake holding and routine maintenance, such as pothole patching to keep the road safe for users, as the rehabilitation works are being awaited. The Road Development Agency received a total of 9,615,084 kwacha in the year 2023 for pothole patching and edge repair. The project has been ongoing till December 2023, when the works were briefly suspended following the onset of the rain season. The works resumed in the second week of February 2024, and the two teams are still on site. The works are planned to be completed by end of May 2024. Now, long term, the government has secured funding from the World Bank under the Transport Corridors for Economic Resilience. This is what we call TRESA, amounting to $270 million to improve transport and trade facilitation along the north-south corridor by rehabilitating Serengempika section of the corridor, developing a one-stop border post at Nakonde, and converting the corridor into a smart corridor. Part of the secured funds will finance studies from the airport roundabout to Luangwa Bridge on the Nakala transport corridor. The services will involve financing a study for the public-private partnership, the dualization of the section of the road from airport roundabout to Chongwe Way Bridge, and also finance studies for detailed design of the remaining section from Chongwe Way Bridge to Luangwa Bridge. So this is what your government has planned for that particular road. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. And in fact, the House, Madam Speaker, may wish to know that from Luangwa Bridge to Chipata, the road is very perfect. And fortunately, from Luangwa Bridge into Lusaka, it's quite bad, and we've experienced a lot of accidents. It's true that there are potholes that are being patched, but what is happening, the workmanship actually is not good. You know, the problem actually continues, and the expense probably going to waste. My question really, I would want to be looking at following what the MP for Chamano said, the importance of the road, not even forgetting about, you know, the traditional ceremonies such as Nchwa. A lot of traffic goes that way, in addition to business and, you know, fish traders and so on. Are you able to give a time frame when that work will be done? I know not specific, but maybe even an estimate. I thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Honourable Mr. Tembo for that follow-up question. First of all, to both members of Parliament who have asked and highlighted the importance of this particular section, government is in total agreement. The Great East Road is a very, very important road within Zambia as it connects Eastern Province to the rest of the country. But more than that, Eastern Province straddles a very important corridor leading to Malawi and also Mozambique through the Nakala corridor. So we are very aware of the importance of this road. Now, the section, as the Honourable Member has mentioned, from Luangwa all the way to the border with Malawi, that was done fairly recently using European funds, EU funds. Now, except really for the section within the hills in Kacholola, where we had failure, the rest of the road is in near perfect condition. What we are planning in terms of the involvement of the World Bank, the matter is so serious to us that this morning, and related to this question, I had meetings with the World Bank official, Madam Hughes, who is in charge of infrastructure at the World Bank. And this is one of those that we discussed. But like all things, they need to be taken in steps. And that is why part of those TRESA funds that have been approved are being diverted towards detailing the design and the study on this particular road. Once that is done, the aim of government is to engage the World Bank so that this particular section of the road is funded through the World Bank. But we have to wait for the completion of these studies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, order. As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Well, thank you so much for being with us on Parliament Television. Business has been suspended for 20 minutes for that health break. And at the time business was suspended, it was Lundazi, Member of Parliament, who was about to ask a follow-up question to the earlier question that was asked by Mr. Itembo Farah, Member of Parliament, directing his question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. The member wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the portion of the Great East Road between Lusaka and Rongo Bridge, which is in a deplorable state. And when business resumes, the member for Lundazi Central Parliamentary Constituency, who asked her follow-up question. Matemba, let's quickly look at what else has been considered on the floor of the House when business resumed at 14:30 this afternoon.
When business resumed, Madam Speaker did make two announcements. In the first announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the Speaker's gallery of the following staff from the Parliament of Tanzania. These are Mr. Bernard Mwakajuki Kakubila, Supplies Officer, and Ms. Tatu Sharan Kwayu, Supplies Officer. And so on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker received the guests and warmly welcomed them.
The second announcement that Madam Speaker made earlier in the day was to inform the House about African Rivers, in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Arts, have organized a corporate social football match between members of Parliament and diplomats accredited to Zambia. The African Rivers is a non-government organization whose objective is to safeguard the health of rivers and defend the rights of people that depend on rivers.
Madam Speaker informed the House that the match will be held under the theme Kick Out Dangers of Climate Change Using Sports and Awareness for Sustainable Development, and will take place on Saturday, 2nd March 2024 at the Showgrounds main arena starting at 10 hours.
And members who wish to participate in this match should register their names with Honorable Christopher Shakafuswa, MP, captain for the members' social football team. And training will be conducted as Foursquare Training Facility at 20 hours from Wednesday, 28th February to Friday, 1st March 2024. So that's the those are the two announcements that Madam Speaker made earlier on, and permitted the Minister of Labour and Social Security to render a ministerial statement. And the ministerial statement was on the National Insurance Management Authority, NIMA, and we did see quite a number of members of Parliament posing, asking follow-up questions, seeking clarity from the Minister of Labour and Social Security, Matimba.
And after that ministerial statement, the House went on to consider one question for oral answer under Standing Order 76, and the House has also so far considered 5 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And so we'll be able to share with you the details later on. For now, we go on a break. Remember, business of the House will resume at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
Women's political participation is a fundamental prerequisite for democracy and gender equality. It allows women to directly participate in public decision-making and ensures better accountability. However, very few women are in politics owing to a number of factors such as lack of resources, institutional sexism, stereotypes and lack of allies, just to mention but a few. Hence, the United Nations Development Plan UNDP Resident Representative Mr. James Wakiaga invited all female members of Parliament to a high-level dialogue dinner at the Coram Hotel with Ms. Ahuna Aziokona, the Assistant Administrator and Director, Regional Bureau for Africa, at the rank of Assistant Secretary General. The guest of honor at the prestigious event was Her Honor the Vice President, Mrs. W.K. Mutalena Lumango. The Speaker of the National Assembly, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti Fapra, was also in attendance. In her opening remarks, Vice President Mrs. W.K. Mutalena Lumango began by sharing her journey in politics and called on more women to participate in politics and conquer the various challenges faced by women.
My father died when I was about 5, 6, in the poor village. So was I supposed to have gone to school in that environment? Yes, education was free, but the uniform was not free. I don't want to say too much. I'll cut a bit because my book is coming, so that we can read it. I think it will be interesting. And therefore, that is the background I come from. I go to school in the village. That's okay. You wear a uniform. This is the poor of the poor. The same dress is uniform, and it is also your place dress, and it is also the same dress you go to the field with. So in the night you wash it in water without soap, so that the following day you are in it. I'm not exaggerating. I'm narrating. So I overcame that. I don't want to tell you how I overcame, but I did overcome. And I went to secondary school because it was free. So I managed to go. And and even at secondary school, there were little challenges, so you call them. Challenges can be opportunities. Who knows? I even keep thinking, if I was any better or any, maybe my life would have been so different. I am very happy, and I thank God that I passed through that so that today I can be the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia. I didn't know biscuit. What was I going to buy it from? I didn't have that. So were you challenged? Have you faced a challenge? I was talking to girls not too long ago in Namwala. I said, don't tell me. You have to be focused of what you want in life. So even with that no extra food, and able to eat some of the things provided by the school, I would go hungry. I will not tell you another thing, you'll find it in the book. That is a serious challenge for some, but never give up. Never give up.
The event allowed the Assistant Administrator and the Director, Regional Bureau for Africa Assistant General, Ms. Ahuna Ziokona, to dialogue with women leaders and exchange experiences.
One of the honorable members of parliament spoke earlier about self-esteem as one of the things that is an obstacle to women rising to these top leadership positions. Well, it does start in terms of building your confidence and your self-esteem with someone giving someone, a woman, a young woman somewhere, an opportunity to see the world, to feel the world, to travel, to do something extraordinary. I think we need to unveil opportunities for our young women on this continent who have been beaten down into not believing that they can by some very negative cultural practices, social norms. This is their reality. Every young woman has a confrontation with humiliation and lack of trust. How do we overcome that with opportunity?
Health Minister Honorable Sylvia Masebo shared her journey in politics and called for affirmative action as the only sure way of having more women in politics.
The way forward, as far as I'm concerned, is just affirmative action. And that's what will get us in there. Talking, workshops, and all these things will not get us anywhere. In any case, when I look at the time, we're already getting late. So get more women in parliament, to get more women in cabinet will not work through talking. But let's push for affirmative action, and that's the thing.
And Mwandi Member of Parliament, Ms. Sibeso Sefulo, highlighted the challenges women face in politics.
The space that makes men shine is the same space that does not accept us. The first name that you are called, just in politics, just the moment you enter politics, they'll call you sort of names. They'll call you corrupt, they'll call you, this woman is a prostitute and things like that. So the same space that makes men shine actually makes us not shine so much. If I ask you how many of you follow our pages, you find that most pages that are followed are actually pages for men. So let's also find a way of training these women so that they can take advantage of the social media space that exists. The TikToks. Like for example, I grew up in the rural constituency, and for me, even just to handle social media has been difficult. So let's find a way of training women to making sure that they can take advantage of the social space so that we can also shine through TikTok, Facebook, and all these platforms that exist. I think just in a nutshell, the challenge is there, and this is not a gender challenge, this is a national challenge.
Other female parliamentarians that shared their experiences included Mapatizia Member of Parliament Ms. Imelda Munashabantu, Shkankata Member of Parliament Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, Kasama Central Member of Parliament Ms. Siwongile Mwamba, and Ms. Chrysosta Halwindi of Kawe Central Constituency.
As a Member of Parliament, a female member, it wasn't easy. As for me, I was not identified by the community. I had to fight my way through. I wanted to serve my people. I started preparing for this election in 2017. Financially, emotionally, I went on the ground to go and lobby for the vote from my people, just like any other politician. It's not easy as a member of parliament.
For me, I don't look at challenges. My principle in life is to turn a challenge into an opportunity. Women are backbone of society. And I believe that without women, there will be no democracy. Without women, there will be no development. This is why we are called the backbone of society. Why is it that when we are doing unproductive activities, we are brought to the front? And when there are productive activities, we are told to wait. The challenge we've had in our society is that we only look at leadership in politics, but we need to train our girl child from home.
It has not been an easy journey. With the support of many of you in this room, it starts to get better. Learning from, with all due respect, my very own mother, the acting president herself. She started the journey at a tender age. And we, as young female parliamentarians, will look to her. We have our speaker, who also is a great mentor in every single way, very supportive of us. The journey of being the first female in my constituency, since 1964, there's only been males. Those are very, very big boots to fit. But now I am here, Member of Parliament for Kasama Central Constituency. Not an easy road, but I'm getting there. With the help of God, the help of the people, and the help of each and every one of you. I will get there. I will strive to do my best to serve the people and the country to the best of my ability.
It wasn't easy for me to be an MP. But there are things that in life you don't plan for, but God plans for you. I came late on the scene 6 months before elections, identified by the community that we want you to stand. That is how it is when the community, you stand out, people identify you. And coming on board, indeed, as I said, it was not easy. Men, they have got all sorts of things that they use. You know, as a woman, there's a family to take care, there are children to take care, but we managed to excel. And this is what we are looking for other fellow women, that it is manageable, you can do it.
Zambia women parliamentarians are not alone in this endeavor. The EU, Finland, and Ireland are also part of the journey by ensuring that women make it in politics.
We have worked for many years now to support women representation in public life, and we've supported the National Assembly. We've supported the supervisory functions of the Assembly, in particular when it comes to budgetary issues. We also supported the gender-sensitive budgeting capacity of the Assembly. And through the UNDP and also BBC Media Action, we have supported the communication strategy of the National Assembly and specifically the capacity building for female members of Parliament.
I'm so inspired to hear you all speaking.
Incredible journeys you have all made me feel so sort of humble and privileged to looking at where you've come from and what kind of journeys you've made. It's just absolutely incredible.
So very conscious that there are the structural barriers that young women are facing and older women as well, facing in terms of access to standing for elections, and all of those barriers, we're listening very carefully to what they are, and as was mentioned in the electoral observation mission report, listening to what are the solutions that are being proposed here in Zambia for ensuring that you see representation of women at the level it needs to be at.
UNDP Resident Representative Mr. James Wakiaga said Sustainable Development Goal number 5, which is achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls, needs to be achieved in order for more women to be in politics.
This roundtable has been organized against the backdrop of our growing partnership with the Zambia Women's Parliamentary Caucus, and this is pursuant to Sustainable Development Goal number 5, which enjoins us to ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision making, be it in political, economic, and public life, among other targets. With 2030 fast approaching, Your Excellency, it is urgent that we find innovative and sustainable ways of accelerating progress towards the full achievement of the SDGs.
It was an eventful night. Civil society organizations, women parliamentarians, and cooperating partners dialogued on various issues affecting women in politics. This roundtable meeting could not have come at a better time than now, as Zambia joins the rest of the world in commemorating International Women's Day on 8th March under the theme, Let Us Inspire Inclusion.
Well, thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Business is still on the 20 minutes health break. And at the time Madam Speaker suspended business, the House was considering question 242, which came from Mr. Itembo, Farah, Member of Parliament, and the question was directed to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. The member wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the portion of the Great East Road between Lusaka and Luongo Bridge, which is in a deplorable state. And at that time, it was Londazi, Member of Parliament, who was about to ask a follow-up question.
And still to come on the order paper, we expect the House to consider 2 more questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. After consideration of those questions, we expect a Soka Member of Parliament, Ms. Marjorie Nakaponda, to move a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 23rd February 2024.
And this motion will be seconded by Bahati, Member of Parliament, Ms. Levan Chiwombwe. And we expect members of Parliament to debate this motion. And after adjournment, we'll be able to share with you the ministerial statement that was rendered by the Minister of Labour and Social Security. And this was on the removal of the buyback option from the buyback option from the National Health Insurance Scheme by the National Health Insurance Management Authority, NIMA in short.
Mr. Speaker.
Ringing, it seems there's no quorum in the House, and it is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament must be present in the House for any business to transact. And so once the quorum is formed, we expect business of the House to resume.
And when business was suspended, the House was considering question 242, which was asked by Mr. Itembo, Fair Member of Parliament, directing his question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. In A, the member wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the portion of the Great East Road between Lusaka and Luangwa Bridge, which is in deplorable state. And at that time, it was Lundazi Central Member of Parliament, Ms. Brenda Nyirenda, who was about to ask a follow-up question seeking clarity from the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing and Urban Development. So when business resumes, she will ask that question.
And still to come on the order paper, we expect the House to consider 2 more questions. The question number 243 is expected to come from Kawata Member of Parliament, Mr. Andrew Taengwa. He's directing his question to the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. He wants to find out whether the government has any plans to conduct a countrywide land audit. If so, when the plans will be implemented and what the cost of the exercise is.
And the other question is that's question 244, which will come from Mitete Member of Parliament, Mr. Mutelo, directing to the Minister of Justice. He wants to find out whether the government has any plans to construct a subordinate court building in Mitete district. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and if there are no such plans, why? Like my colleague mentioned, we do have a report which will be presented by Ms. Nakaponda, who is the chairperson of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social
Services. When business was suspended, the House was considering question number 242 on the order paper, asked by the Honourable Member for Feira, and the Honourable Member for Lundazi was about to ask a supplementary question. May the Honourable Member continue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the people of Lundazi a chance to make a follow-up question, especially that I hail from Eastern Province. Honourable Minister, this issue of our roads in Eastern Province, Chipata Lundazi Road, Chama, Matumbo, and now this road, the Great East Road, where we pass with the Minister there smiling, the Minister of Agriculture. Honourable Minister, there seems to be a challenge. Every time you source for funds, then you go back into reverse feasibility studies. After that, a consultant. What is RDA doing in ensuring that they do the feasibility studies for our roads in advance, so that if funding comes, we are not going back to doing another feasibility studies? Is it just an answer that you are giving to us from Eastern Province, or what is it? I submit.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady, Member of Parliament for Lundazi. Let me assure her, and since she has mentioned the people of Eastern Province, assure the people of Eastern Province, and also the people of this country, Zambia, that this new Dawn administration intends to do everything possible to ensure that the road infrastructure in Eastern Province is attended to. But the state of the roads in the province is not any worse off than the state of the roads in other parts, or in other provinces in this country. What we have in this country in terms of road infrastructure is nothing really to write home about. But we can ask ourselves that these roads that have displayed this condition, is it just now in the last 2.5 years? Or were they not the roads we inherited already in this state? Because as far as I can imagine, since we came in here, the roads mentioned, in fact, as soon as we came to this parliament, whether it is Matumbo, Chama, Lundazi Road, all the way to Chipata, especially at the boundary between Lumezi and, at the start of Lumezi constituency. We inherited them in the current condition, terrible condition. In fact, the honorable member will recall that with respect to that, the two bridges on the Lundazi River, which is Lundazi and Misuzi, we had to carry out emergency works to make sure that Lundazi was not cut off. As far as the intent of this particular government is concerned, as late as this Saturday at the Njwala ceremony, you heard the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, make certain pronouncements about specific roads in Eastern Province. And those include Katete Chanida, they include Chipata, Vubwi, Chadiza, include the same road that she has mentioned herself, which is the Lundazi Road, all the way to Chama and beyond. This is the intent of this particular government. We want to do these roads, just like we want to do. I can speak with a similar passion about the roads in Northern Province, about the roads in Wapura Province, about the roads in Northwestern Province. This is the situation that we inherited. The limiting factor is not even the studies, but the availability of resources. With respect to the road in question now, which is Lusaka to Luangwa, it requires a huge amount of money. And when we have an opportunity to get the World Bank to fund, especially by way of a grant, we have to follow that through. Except that World Bank, they have certain steps that they have to follow. It's not even our studies. It's their studies to make sure that the money will be used appropriately according to their standards. And this is what we have subjected this to. The three roads that were being considered is Serenje to Mpika, where they have said, yeah, okay, we can begin the process of spending money. It is Lusaka to Luangwa Bridge. It is also Livingstone to Sisheke. So these two roads, which is the Luangwa Road and the Sisheke Road, they have asked that those studies be done. And we are doing it for both roads. And as soon as these are done, funding will hopefully be provided. So it's not just for the sake of answering these questions. It is what your government, this new Dawn government, is doing to ensure that we correct the wrong actions or the lack of actions that we inherited from our predecessors. Thank you, Madam, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Minister. Minister, listening to your answers from various questions, and going back 20 months ago, when you gave out some answers on this very road, I'm now wondering, because last time you said we are going for a PP, we're going to do a Ducarriage from airport roundabout to Chomwe, Bridge. Today again we've gone back to feasibility study, just like my sisters asked. Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, is it possible that you can go back to the recording from the last 20, the one you did 20 months ago, and give us a comprehensive answer on this road? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Nyimba. At the expense of repeating what we have often said, the biggest problem we have is lack of resources, our own resources within our budgetary system to undertake all the works that need to be taken in this country. And therefore, we look for various options of funding. And whichever comes first, that's the one that we embark on. With respect to PPP, nothing will give us greater pleasure as a government than to have a PPP on any road in this country. Because PPP roads are undertaken off balance sheet, including that even sovereign guarantee, the government does not guarantee. All the risk associated with PPP is to the account of the concessionaire. But the roads that are applicable on PPP, at the moment we are using the method called unsolicited bids. In other words, the potential concessionaires have got to identify that particular road as possible. And there are many factors that go into determining whether they would find that particular road attractive or not. Certain people have been made aware, and all the roads in Zambia have been made aware that anybody who wants to undertake a PPP, they are welcome to pick any road. The ones that you see that we have done, whether it's the Ndola, Lusaka Road, and others, those concessionaires have found them attractive because of the perceived volumes of traffic. Unfortunately, on this one, we have not had a certain amount of interest. But we can't then stand idle. If one method of funding is not applicable, we look to the other method, which in this particular case is using a grant, especially from the World Bank. And this is why we are progressing along this road. If at any time any of us, both to your left, Mr. Speaker, and to the right, are aware of any contractor that wants to undertake this particular road on PPP, I can assure you, I don't know whether you are putting up your hand because you want to do it, I can assure you I will not spend any night to be sleepless until that is concluded. So that's the challenge. If you are aware of people that want to do this particular road and PPP, even ahead of these programs under the World Bank, we will give that one out and direct the World Bank money to other roads somewhere else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lunte. The Honourable Member for Matero.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I pass. It's been overtaken by submission. Thank you.
It's
actually 40 and not switching off.
The Honourable Member for Kawambwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see Mr. Ground back in the House. Honourable Minister, Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Honourable Member, what did you say?
Mr. Speaker, it was slip of the tongue.
What did you say?
I'm saying I'm on the ground. That's what I said. Mr. Speaker, sir. May I proceed?
I'll watch the verbatim. I will see what you have said.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And necessary action will be taken.
Mr. Speaker, I just came in from Ntwala, and we are very happy at Ntwala. And we shared good things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I proceed?
You may proceed, but still I watch.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister has a response to this particular question, and many other questions I've seen him recently respond to regarding infrastructure, especially road network and so on. The energy he had 22 years ago, the demeanor, and he doesn't give us that confidence and that hope as he speaks to these particular issues. Has anything gone wrong, or maybe he's fatigued, or maybe he's run out of options. Mr. Speaker, through you, even that road in your constituency, the road in my constituency, all these things we've been talking about, is the Honorable Minister able to give us confidence in, or has he got confidence in what he's giving us? Mr. Speaker, it's very important that the Minister gives us and through us, the Zambian people, hope as they talk about the rehabilitation and development of road infrastructure. Honorable Minister, why are you failing to give us that hope with the energy that you started with? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But, Honorable Member, you are not specific. The question is specific. It's talking about Greatest Road.
The question is, as he spoke about Greatest Road, he's not giving us that confidence and that energy with which he used to give us that energy. Would like the Minister to give us that energy and that hope with confidence. That's what I'm requesting for.
It's difficult now to call upon the Minister because you have a machine to measure energy yourself. The Honorable Minister, maybe you can say something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the Honourable Member that in terms of confidence and energy, I still have so much energy, Mr. Speaker, that I was able to hear what he said when he referred to Mr. Ground being welcomed here. That shows that I have got the energy. Yes, and there are ways of proving that if he wants to, but we can speak outside. No, not here. The issue is we are dealing with the situations which we inherited, and the worst situation is that we inherited empty coffers. If you look at our budgetary allocations of necessity, they are not sufficient to undertake the works that we need to undertake. And that is why we have embarked on other means, including PPP, including looking at what else needs to be done. The Honourable Members from Kawambo, there are other roads within the province where it comes from that again need to be undertaken. In spite of what we heard during the maiden speeches when the Parliament just convened in 2021, where people are talking about unprecedented infrastructure development. The last 2 years have shown that there was no unprecedented infrastructure development, because otherwise we would not be talking about these things. That's why every district, every province, there is massive requirement. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, when we are trying to set this economy right so that we can begin to do the things that need to be done, common sense dictates that we must all rise as a nation to support the things that need to be done in order to position this economy on a trajectory of growth, such as resolving the issues of debt, instead of the comments that we're getting from those that caused this debt mountain to engulf this country. We need to give the Honourable Minister of Finance and his team support so that they can have these matters resolved. We can then begin the process of growing this economy. It's in the interest of everybody, the whole country, the 20 million Zambians, and both to the right of you, Mr. Speaker, in this House, and to the left. Thank you, Mr.
The member for Chama South is on Zoom, I guess. The honourable member for Chama South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Chama South, we are fully aware that most of the projects, especially to do with the roads, were voted during our term as Patriotic Front. All the projects which were below 80% were stopped. We are also aware that the country is struggling with a huge debt restructuring program, and we want to thank the government, especially the president, who made pronouncements during Chwala that bilateral debt agreements have since been signed by China. That is not a mean achievement. It's something that we should congratulate the government. Coming to the question, arising from this background, Honorable Speaker, we have seen the government continuing to attend to infrastructure development, not only in Chama. We know Kampemba Bridge is being constructed. From there, they are going to Luangwa Bridge, and many other crossing points are being attended to. Arising from that, I want to find out, is there a periodic maintenance plan to attend to especially dangerous potholes on this stretch while we await for financial stabilization, economic stabilization, so that the full works can be scheduled? I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Mr. Speaker, I think when you listen to the just last submission from the Honorable Member for Chama South, it gives us hope that we can still have members of the opposition who care for this country and who also see that which this government is doing. It's that level of engagement that would help this country. In terms of what the last part of his question, is there anything being done? I think if you listen to the answer I read out, yes, there's a certain level of holding down maintenance that's being undertaken by RDA in terms of pothole patching, in terms of repairing of the edges. And we believe that this should go on up until the end of May, in which case the road will be slightly more tolerable in terms of motorists using that particular road. Whilst we are working on these permanent plans to have a complete rehabilitation using the World Bank grant, just like we have now managed to secure it on the section on the Great North Road. Just like we hope we'll be able to get it on the section from Livingstone to Sisheke. This is our aim, to open up certain corridors. This particular corridor, this particular road is on the Nakala corridor. Just like the one in the western provinces is on the Walvis Bay corridor, just like Great North is on the Dar es Salaam corridor, and so on. So yes, there is some work that we are doing in the interim to ensure that there is holding down maintenance that's being done. I thank the Honourable Member for mentioning what we are doing on the Kampemba Bridge, what we are doing now, even under emergency on the Luangwa Bridge, not this particular bridge we're talking about, but the one between Chama and Matumbo, because we had certain works, and our RDA are working flat out to make sure that that particular road across the bridge continues to be motorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to the Minister responding, except that it's not being specific in this. I did ask a question specifically when, or it's just mere projections. He kept on saying this and that. Yes, we already know about the debt situation and all this. And by the way, we have a lot of minerals in which we can tax and get the money we need. But, Mr. Speaker, as we are sitting here, with technology, Mwebant was just reported that a fuel tanker is up in flames along just near Luangwa Bridge. And just to emphasize the urgency of this issue, and in view of, I still maintain my question, can you give us a projection? And I'm aware that you are one of the senior engineers in this country. Perhaps you can just help me do that. I thank you. Well,
the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Tembo. I've given a time frame of these studies. This is the money now that they were most likely to get from the World Bank. That is assured, except they have their own time frame. As I said this morning, I had meetings with the topmost senior at the World Bank who deals with infrastructure. Her name is Ms. Hughes, talking about, is there a way in which we can shorten some of those World Bank processes? Okay. We are hoping they will be able to shorten, but they have certain procedures, that they follow. In the interim, I have said that we'll carry out, and we are already carrying out, arising out of our program in 2023, which we had to suspend at the start of the rainy season. But this drought, starting mid-February this year, we have continued the holding down maintenance of this particular road. So if you ask me when are the studies going to be finished, we know the time frame when the studies will be finished, and after that the process has to be taken through to the World Bank, that goes through their board of directors and so on. We sat here cannot determine when they will be able to complete their processes. All we can do is put our requirements through to them, which is what we are doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next question. The Honourable Member for Kawata.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 243.
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Tayengwa would like to know from the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, A, whether the government has any plans to conduct a countrywide land audit, B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, what the cost of the exercise is. Mr. Speaker, yes, government has plans to undertaking a national land audit as outlined in the National Land Policy Implementation Plan of 2022. That's in A. B, the National Land Audit Project was launched on the 14th December 2023 at Mlungush Conference Center. The European Union delegation to Zambia and COMESA signed a financing agreement as part of the 11th European Development Fund for the Economic Governance Support Program. The National Land Audit is a 3-year program funded project. C, the total available budget for the National Land Audit Project is 3.5 million euros. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary questions. The Honourable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Minister of Lands. Minister, first of all, I'm happy that you've got plans to go and do the land audit across the country. Now, my question is, as you are doing the land audit, you will agree with me that those, some of the Zambians, especially others who are Zambians but not indigenous Zambians, have taken big chunk of lands across this country. I'll give you a practical example from where I come from. People have been displaced, and your ministry is there, Minister. How early do you think you are going to do this land audit so that we protect the Zambians who have got no resources to defend themselves? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member of Parliament for Nyimba. I thank you very much for your comment. In the first place, this government is a very, very responsible government. We have put it very clearly that land belongs to the Zambians as first and foremost. Investment should not be taken at the expense of the owners of the land. There is no land that is taken without the owners consenting to the agreement. It can be customary, it can be state. We are making mistakes ourselves, especially previously. Anybody can walk anywhere, can get anything that he wants without caring about others, especially political leaders at lower levels, village headmen. They sign without regard to whoever is in the settlement. We are intending to correct that. Yes, a poor person hasn't got a defense, but we are here to defend them. All those who got large chunks of land without following procedure, that will be reclaimed and be given back to the owners. And those who didn't pass through the normal process, the village headman, the chief, the council, and to the ministry, such will be reversed. We are aware, and we're having problems everywhere. Eastern Province, Central Province, Lusaka, these are great issues, and we really sympathize with our people. But with this audit, which is coming in, already the European Union are there. They're at my office. They will target 20 districts. From there, we shall roll it out. We want to account for the land under customary hands and under state lands. That will give us room to account for the land we have and the people. What I'm asking the people of Zambia, they should not be used. They should not sell their land so easily. These so-called investors, yes, we need investment. Investment is key, we need it. But we have also got a contribution, that is land. And we colleagues, we members of parliament, we should be in the lead to protect our own people. We should be going into joint ventures, not necessarily selling the land for 50,000 kwacha. You are giving it 5,000 hectares, 20,000 hectares, 19,000 hectares, without consulting other members of the community. This is the problem we are facing everywhere. You see, it's easily done, but now to correct it, it's quite a big challenge. You are aware where we are coming from. I was in Eastern Province. All this we need to sit down to make consultations. But this landlord will help us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kawata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, you and I understand that there are two sources of conflicts in this world, and that is either religion or land. And I'm grateful that you've mentioned that government is actually going to undertake this land audit. Because once the audit is done, then we're going to ascertain to know what parcel of land we have for residential, farming, and also small holding, including traditional land, like the way you've stated. But however, I just wanted to find out what would be the scope of this audit, the scope and the feature of this land audit.
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
The scope of this land audit would target the traditional land, would target the state land, but to some extent also it is consultative. They have put a a regulatory framework, and also skills development, and the land component itself. At the moment, it's very difficult to know who is settling in Chama, who is settling in Ikeleng. We want that to have a framework through NSDI special, that is to account for every coordinate in the country, so that we are aware when a chief is giving a piece of land, we subtract it and we know how much has been given. But at the moment, it's totally difficult. You can't know. Even here in Lusaka, you can't know. That's why people are taking advantage. But with the equipment coming from the EU and with the collaboration of all of us, it will be easier to know which land is available, which land should be reserved, and which land has been taken. We shall be coming back to you to tell you exactly how it will be done, but the EU are already in the country, and they're just setting up their offices. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kawata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, you and I understand that there are countries that have successfully done a land audit. For instance, I'll give an example of a country called Rwanda. They did actually get a loan from the World Bank, and they managed to do a land audit. Is it possible that your ministry can actually do a benchmarking before you undertake this exercise so that you can do the comparison with the other countries that have managed to do the land audit?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Honourable Member of Parliament for Kawata. We are aware with whatever is happening in Rwanda. Rwanda, they've mounted a satellite. And also Zambia, we are making efforts to see if we can join our colleagues on their satellite in Angola. That will help us actually monitor what is happening. But first of all, let's give chance to what EU are going to do, because there are certain equipment we can use before we can preempt ourselves. What is key actually is the satellite itself, and it's quite costly. We have already got existing satellite that is in Angola, and we are calling through our Minister for Technology. I hope anytime soon we shall be connected to that. And with the European Union on the ground, it will be easier. Once we connect to there, then the whole country will be covered. I thank you very much, Mr.
Honourable Member for Mkushi North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you have actually indicated that the process is supposed to be consultative. I believe there are stakeholders, as you indeed have indicated in your responses. And these stakeholders are the ones who are occupying this land, the state land, and indeed customary land. How consultative have you been as a ministry vis-à-vis the cooperation from the stakeholders, especially the traditional leaders?
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member of Parliament for Mkushi, for that question. As you are aware, land is entrusted in the hands of the President, then the Ministry of Lands. Thereafter, we have got councils as our agents. It is through the councils that interface with the traditional rulers. So far, we have been intending to have an engagement. We had intended to have it in December, but logistics could not allow. We want to consult the House of Chiefs. Thereafter, then, maybe we shall be conducting workshops or symposiums with traditional leaders, starting with the Muchinga Northern Combined, We are working out some mechanism on how to reach out as a ministry. We want to hear from them. As you look at the Act, we tend to review the Act, and also the policy, the land policy itself. It's long overdue. Thank you.
Honorable Member from Pongwe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, DAFAMS has got 66,000 hectares of land in Mpongo, which has remained undeveloped. After land auditing, are we expecting negotiation with such investors who are not doing anything with this land? Because of encroachment, DAFAM is willing to hand over some part of lands to the Zambian farmers. I thank you.
The Honorable, but you are mentioning a company that can defend itself here. But maybe the Honorable Minister can make a comment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware, and this question is not very clear. Maybe let him just repeat it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let's make progress. Next question. The Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Question number 244.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Mitete, Mr. Mtelo, asked the Minister of Justice the following questions. A, whether the government has any plans to construct a subordinate court building in Mitete district. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And C, if there are no such plans, why? Our response, Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that A, the judiciary has, in the medium-term expenditure framework, budget policy paper 2024 to 2026, made a provision for capital projects to cater for the construction and rehabilitation of subordinate and local court buildings countrywide. Mitete district is one of the districts included in the infrastructural development plan aforementioned. B, construction of all capital projects under the said medium-term expenditure framework budget policy paper, which includes the construction of a subordinate court building in Mitete, will commence in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Oh, there is C, Mr. Speaker, which falls away on account of the answers that have been given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Justice. Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Minister, thank you so much. As you may be aware, that Mitete is a new district, and that court, after the assurance of the 5 local courts, the subordinate court Mr. Speaker, I'm being disturbed.
Honorable members, behind there. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. I was being drawn. Minister, electricity poles are now in Mitete. Come November, December, somewhere there, things are happening. 2024, this subordinate court, starting from which months, even just the months to start constructing this subordinate court? if you may give comfort to the people of Mitete. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honorable Member. As per the earlier question which the Honorable Member asked with regard to local courts, I did give an indication that the status of these capital projects which are expected to commence this year is that the BOQs and other documents, drawings were being prepared or are being prepared, and it is expected that by the end of the first quarter, end of this month, we are beginning March, that process would have been completed, which will pave way for construction to commence. So at the very latest, for at least 50% of the projects as a whole, we expect that by the beginning of April, middle April, we'll begin to see contractors going on site and so on and so forth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Lubasenshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Lubasenshi to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Justice. Honorable Minister, you have indicated that Mitete is one of the districts where you are going to construct a subordinate court. And you also mentioned that including other districts. Are you able to share with this Honorable House like which districts that are also earmarked for the construction of courts? I submit to you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Unfortunately, I do not have that information because the answer was specific to Mitete, which was the focus. The generic response with regard to the other work being done was just to give a little bit more context to the response to Mitete. The information can be availed from the judiciary because, of course, they are an independent body, and whenever we respond on their behalf, we have to make a query for them to give us the information. So the Honourable Member could liaise with us at the office and we'll ask for that specific information. I'm sure the interest is Luazenshi in particular, and we can get back to the Honourable Member in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, just to appreciate that you work or instruct the provincial team in Western Province to quicken the process. Just that, sir, and I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Member for Mitete. The request is duly noted. We'll trigger the processes so that the judiciary then, as the operating body, will take the necessary steps. I can confirm, though, that I'm aware that the judiciary is anxious that these matters are attended to. The trouble has been in the past absence of funds, but we as the New Dawn have, as you are aware, Honourable Member, the last two budgets increased the allocation for infrastructure. So they are keen to get moving, and we will, in that regard, provide support as the executive arm of government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Notice of motion. The Honourable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do adopt the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the proposal to ratify the treaty to establish the African Medicines Agency for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Friday, 23rd February 2024. I thank you.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Seconded by the Honourable Member for Bahati. The question is that this House do adopt a report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency. Order. What is happening behind there? Honorable member for what's your constituency again? But check the way you are sitting. Go back to your seat. Go back to your seat, honorable member. Don't try to be technical. You're trying to be technical. Oh, may you go back to your seat, honorable member? Order. Let me start again. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 23rd February 2024. Any debate? The honorable member for Isoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 198F of the National Assembly Standing Orders 2021, the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services was tasked to consider the treaty to establish the African Medicines Agency. In order to acquaint itself with the ramifications of the agreement, the committee sought both written and oral submissions from various stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, the African Medicines Agency, AMA, was established by the African Union and regional African bodies in an effort to improve medical capacity in the continent. The outbreaks of Ebola virus disease and the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the need for such a body. It was hoped that the ratification of the African Medicines Agency Treaty would allow the agency to play a role in distributing relevant drugs and vaccines throughout Africa. Thus, it was intended to address a deficiency in drugs production and challenges posed by counterfeit and substandard products. Mr. Speaker, let me from the onset indicate that treat for the establishment of the African Medicine Agency is progressive. The House may wish to note that not only will Zambia benefit from being a part of an encompassing institution that will ensure that state parties that do not have strong pharmaceutical regulatory system do not easily become conduits of substandard and falsified pharmaceutical products. It will also benefit from the market for pharmaceutical products manufactured in Zambia that the African Medicine Agency will only open up. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, allow me to put it on record that the committee is in support of the ratification of the treaty to establish the African Medicines Agency. I further wish to inform this august House that all the stakeholders who interacted with the committee were in support of the ratification of the treaty. Mr. Speaker, the above notwithstanding, the committee made a few recommendations with a view of improving the implementations of the treaty. Therefore, allow me to highlight some of the observations and recommendations made by the committee. Mr. Speaker, the committee observes that there is a potential for regulatory capture, considering that the AMA will receive financial support from the European Union. This, Mr. Speaker, may result in the AMA's regulatory processes being influenced by global powerful pharmaceutical interests and would likely lead to regulatory capture or bias towards certain industrial players. This could in turn undermine the agency's independence and effectiveness in safeguarding public health interests. The committee therefore recommends that the AMA should work towards financial independence. Mr. Speaker, while the committee observes that the perceived disadvantages are worth considering, they should be weighed against the potential long-term benefits of enhanced access to medicines, improved public health outcomes, and strengthened regional collaborations that the AMA treaty aims to facilitate. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, permit me to express my sincere gratitude to you and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support given to the committee during its deliberations. Gratitude also goes to all the stakeholders who tendered both written and oral submissions before the committee. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. I thank you.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to second this very important and progressive motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, from the onset, let me begin by thanking the mover of the motion for the able manner in which she's moved this motion. Mr. Speaker, the objective of the African Medicines Agency is to simply come up with a strong national regulatory system with excellent technical backup at regional and continental levels. Mr. Speaker, this simply means that regulatory bodies such as ZAMRA and other regulatory bodies from the continent will now be regulated under one umbrella body. Mr. Speaker, this is coming from the backdrop that no country has sufficient resources and capacity to effectively regulate the whole supply chain of health products. Mr. Speaker, let me also make mention that the AMA, or the African Medicine Agency, is a specialized agency of the African Union. Mr. Speaker, the AMA, once up and running, will not only increase collaboration among member states, but it will also link the local pharmaceutical players in Zambia to the larger African market. Mr. Speaker, when we talk of the larger African market, we are talking of about 1.3 billion people residing in Africa. Mr. Speaker, allow me to just highlight some of the benefits of ratifying this treaty. Mr. Speaker, this may bring about the much-needed investment in our pharmaceutical industry in Zambia. Mr. Speaker, those that came up with this treaty are of the view that, a region like Southern Africa, where we are prone to cholera outbreaks, we can come up with a regulatory body or an industry where we start making vaccines for cholera. And we allow other regions that are advanced, like those in the Western Africa or those in the Northern Africa, to come up with other vaccines, like the COVID vaccine. Mr. Speaker, you should bear in mind that when it came to the COVID vaccine, Africa was considered last among the recipients of the vaccine. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we have to ratify this treaty so that we have a bigger body that will now be able to bring in some of these vaccines and medicines. Mr. Speaker, the other advantage of ratifying this treaty is that the AMA will contribute to the attainment of the universal health coverage. It will foster cooperation and coordination among African countries, and it will increase access to medicines and healthy products that are safe, that are of good quality, and that are affordable. Mr. Speaker, this will also combat the inflow of substandard and falsified medical products that come onto the continent, because there is no regulatory body that controls the health products that enter the continent. Mr. Speaker, the other advantage is that this will also improve the efficiency in service delivery among member states. Mr. Speaker, the committee also noted that big pharmaceutical giants have not yet ratified this treaty. Mr. Speaker, out of the 55 member states of the AU, only 36 have ratified this treaty. Mr. Speaker, the fear of the big African giants is that if these small regulatory bodies come up together, they may take over the market. Mr. Speaker, we're speaking of, Zambia be the only one supplying Panadol to the rest of Africa. This is what entails, Mr. Speaker, once this treaty is ratified. So those are some of the benefits that we may get as a country. Mr. Speaker, the committee also noted that the ratification of the treaty will have financial implications, Mr. Speaker, in terms of membership contributions. And if we look at our health budget, Mr. Speaker, it is overstretched, and this may pose as a challenge to Zambia, considering that our physical obligations are a challenge. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, let me state that before we ratify this treaty, we need, first of all, to amend some laws in the national health policy. Mr. Speaker, acts such as the Medical and Allied Substances Act of 2013, which is quite archaic, it's quite old. We need to amend it, Mr. Speaker, so that we make it compatible to the requirements of AMA. Mr. Speaker, let me just urge all honorable members in the House today that we need to support the ratification of this treaty, because it is progressive and aimed to improve access to essential medicines and health products that are safe, that are quality assured, and affordable. So, Mr. Speaker, in other words, we're saying that the disadvantages of joining the advantages of joining the AMA outweighs the disadvantages. Mr. Speaker, the committee looked at both the pros and cons of ratifying this treaty, and we therefore, Mr. Speaker, appealing to all members of Parliament here to support the ratification of this treaty. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I beg to second the motion.
Any further debate? Any further debate? The Honourable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we have some few sentiments we'd like to express. The report, obviously, is not controversial. Zambia is no longer, the world is not separate entities. We are separate, but we work as a global, community. The same applies to Africa Union. With regard to the issue that this country needs to ratify, that is the Africa Medicines Agency, AMA, I'm of the view that it is a progressive idea at continental level, so that we put our brains together and work together in order to address issues of health, particularly the new and emerging diseases. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, the main issue we'd like to say is the issue of funding. And we have regional groupings, SADC, ECOWAS, and the Africa Union itself. What makes these organizations not to progress is the fact that the first thing we ask when it comes to funding, we look to Europe. I can assure this August House that if this idea will be financed by the Europeans, it will be a European idea only located in Africa. Because that's what happens to the Africa Union and all these groupings. As long as the funding is coming from outside Africa, then we are talking about, being controlled, being guided, and established by the Europeans. And we will be serving the interests of the Europeans and any other, person serving, financing us interest or pharmaceutical interest. In this case, my only appeal and a strong point is that, and which should be put on record, is that we cannot look to the EU. Let African countries start waking up. Why do we talk about our resources and don't see that in terms of money? And this is a problem we even have at home. Every time we have financial challenge, but meanwhile we have so many resources. Look at the DRC. So those that are establishing these institutions must look at their resources. If the EU wants to finance, we should give them the terms. But I'm very sure that as they give us the financing, that will be at their own terms. And this point, having said that, one of the things that we should look at, there are also traditional African medicines, which even work better, less side effects. But instead, we're talking about, these medicines from elsewhere. So I want to also emphasize, even as I sit down, that it's important that we look at African traditional medicines, which in most cases are even stolen from us. The ideas are stolen from us, but merely repackaged and exported to us. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. May the Acting Minister of Health respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my gratitude to you for according me this opportunity to discuss the report by your Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, which is AMA Treaty. I wish to thank the mover and seconder of the motion for the adoption of this report, including the only contribution from the Honourable Member for Feira. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank your committee for a well-researched report that highlights key observations and recommendations. The recommendations made by your committee will definitely help Zambia to maximize on the benefits of the treaty, from the benefits that the treaty provides to the state parties. Therefore, it is gratifying to note that the report has taken into account most of the valuable submissions made by the stakeholders. And Madam Speaker and Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak to some of the key observations and recommendations. Mr. Speaker, I wish to make the following submissions on the observations and recommendations from the committee. A, the use and development of African traditional medicines, which is a point that the Honourable Member for Feira made towards the end of his submission. Government is committed to strengthening the policy and legal framework for the control and the regulation of traditional practitioners, traditional medicines and training. To this effect, government through the Ministry of Health, working closely with other stakeholders, has developed the final layman's draft bill for traditional, complementary and alternative medicines bill. As soon as consensus has been built on the provisions of the proposed legislation, the bill will be brought to this House upon completion of the internal government's approval process. I urge honourable members of this august House to support the bill when it comes. And then there is also an issue on budgetary allocations that should be provided to ensure that Zambia fulfills the financial obligations to the treaty. Mr. Speaker, I'm in agreement with the committee's recommendations on ensuring that funds are allocated to enable Zambia fulfill the financial obligation to the treaty. Currently, the Ministry has a budget provision for contributions and submissions to regional and international organizations. This year, 2024, an allocation amounting to 5.8 million kwacha has been provided, and it is hoped that part of the financial obligation to the treaty will be catered for in this budget line. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, we hope to lobby for increased financial support to meet obligations to regional and international organizations. The other point raised is potential for member states' regulatory capture by signing AMA. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate that the government, through the Zambian Medicines Regulatory Authority, ZAMRA, will still maintain its sovereignty in the regulation of medicines and allied substances. The AMA Treaty seeks to harmonize technical requirements and a greater collaboration among member states to improve efficiency and expedite market entry of essential medicines. The regulatory capture may be perceived because most national regulatory authorities for medicines and allied substances are not adequately funded, and the funds that are generated by NRAs are insufficient to effectively discharge their mandate. However, most NRAs are established as body corporate and are expected to make decisions without undue external interference, and as such we expect AMA to discharge its outlined functions in the treaty without external interference. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, Article 24 of the AMA Treaty provides for the appointment of a Director General for AMA, who is expected to discharge his or her duties and shall not seek or accept instructions from any state, authority, or individual external to AMA. That's provided for in that particular article. The other point raised, Mr. Speaker, is potential long-term benefits of AMA Treaty. Mr. Speaker, considering the prevalence of substandard and falsified medical products in the region, information sharing will be used as a tool for reducing and preventing the circulation of unwanted medical products. This would serve as a valuable platform for sharing knowledge and fostering engagement in pharmaceutical manufacturing across Africa. Further, ratifying the treaty will enable Zambia to participate in collaborative efforts with other African countries in areas such as capacity building, information sharing, and technical assistance related to pharmaceutical regulation and public health. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to thank once more your committee for coming up with this comprehensive report. And I also wish to thank all members of Parliament, in fact only 3 of them, who have debated and supported the establishment of the African Medicines Agency Treaty. One of the measures that government, through Ministry of Health, intends to undertake the review of the Medicines and Allied Substances Act number 3 of 2013 in order to harmonize the law with the provisions of the African Union's model law on medical products regulation. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May the Honorable Member for Isoka wind up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable Member who has contributed to this motion, Honorable Member for Feira. Mr. Speaker, I call upon all members of Parliament to support this motion. I submit.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 23rd February 2024. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The acting leader of government business adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate, any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Well, thank you so much for being with us on Parliament Television today, the 27th day in the month of February 2024. The House has adjourned. Before we leave, a recap of what has been considered on the floor of the House. On business resumed, Madam Speaker did make 2 announcements.
In the first announcement, Madam Speaker informed the House that African Rivers, in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, have organized a corporate social football match between members of Parliament and diplomats accredited to Zambia. She said that African Rivers is a non-governmental organization whose main objective is to safeguard the health of rivers and defend the rights of people that depend on rivers.
The march will be held under the theme Kick Out the Dangers of Climate Change, using sports and awareness for sustainable development, and will take place on Saturday, 2nd March 2024 at the Showgrounds Main Arena starting at 10 hours. Members who wish to participate in the match should register their names with the Honorable Christopher Shakafuswa, MP, captain of the members' social football team. Training will be conducted at Falls Way Training Facility at 20 hours from Wednesday, 28th February to Friday, 1st March 2024.
In the second announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following staff from the Parliament of Tanzania. The first one, Mr. Bernard Makajuki Kakawila, Supplies Officer, Mr. Tu Shavani Kwayu, Supplies Officer, and so on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker received the guests and warmly welcomed them.
After those 2 announcements, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Labour and Social Security, Honorable Brenda M. Tambatamba, MP, to render a ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was on the removal of the buyback option from the National Health Insurance Scheme by National Health Insurance Management Authority, NIMA. Let's get into the details of that ministerial statement.
The Minister of Labour and Social Security first started by giving a brief background of the National Health Insurance Scheme and also its objective. She said that the National Health Insurance Scheme was established by Act number 2 of 2018 as a compulsory scheme to provide reliable health care financing for all Zambian citizens and legal residents. And the minister went on to say that the primary objective of the National Health Insurance Scheme is to ensure that people who become members of the scheme, whether formally employed or those in the informal sector, have unhindered access to high-quality health care services that are paid for by the scheme to reduce their financial burden in times of illness.
And the minister further said in order to provide support to the members of the scheme in the informal sector and extend health insurance coverage to them, the National Health Insurance Management Authority, NIMA, introduced the buyback option in 2020. The buyback option enabled new members to register and pay their premiums in retrospective as a buyback for 4 months and immediately access necessary health care services. Similarly, old members whose payment fell into arrears should also settle the arrears and immediately access necessary health care services as long as the arrears were within the 4 months period.
Despite the good intentions of the buyback program, the Minister of Labour and Social Security did say that a large number of members from the informal sector only register as members of the scheme when they were already sick, and so the minister did say that as a result they would only pay the required average premium of 200 kwacha, which is 50 by 4 months, and then access all the services such as laboratory services, drugs, and in some cases even very expensive services such as CT and movie scans.
The minister further disclosed that the cost of these services to NIMA is estimated to be between 5,000 to 8,000 per member, against the average contribution of 200 kwacha paid. In cases of dialysis, cancer, and other complicated cases, the costs were even higher. Further, she also said that it has been observed that such members stopped contributing their premiums once treated, but would show up again when they fell ill and just pay the same 4 months arrears of 200 kwacha to access these services.
The minister said that this situation is not sustainable and the NHIS will grind to a halt financially if this trajectory is not stopped. She went on to say that this phenomenon suggests that informal sector members may have become aware that they can access services without maintaining consistent contributions to the scheme.
The minister further disclosed that the buyback option placed a huge stress on the National Health Insurance Scheme's solvency and ultimately on its existence, because the claims received monthly had exceeded the monthly revenue being collected. The result has been the disinvestment of funds to meet the claims. The actuarial evaluation on scheme sustainability conducted reviewed that the surge in claims were mainly emanating from the buyback option clause, which was prevent in the informal sector. The actuarial study also reviewed that if the same trajectory is maintained, the scheme will run bankrupt. The removal of this option is primarily to save the funds from bankruptcy and from grinding to a halt under the watch.
The minister went on to say that the new approach is now to encourage the informal sector and the public at large to pre-register their membership and to ensure that members' contributions are consistent to avoid this situation where the scheme is under threat.
So that's the ministerial statement that was rendered on the floor of the House by the Minister of Labour and Social Security, and we did see quite a number of members of Parliament making follow-up questions seeking clarity from the Minister. The House did consider 6 questions, that's 8 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 76 was 1 question, and we had 7 questions under Standing Order 74. Let's quickly look at some of the questions that were considered on the floor of the House today.
The question came from Kalawo Central Member of Parliament. This is question number 239. He directed this question to the Minister of Finance and National Planning. He wanted to find out whether commercial banks performed financially well from January 2020 to December 2022. And the minister did indicate that overall banking sector performance during the period January 2020 to December 2022 remains satisfactory. In Part B, he wanted to find out, if so, whether there were any overspill benefits to their clients. And the minister responded that there were indeed overspill benefits arising from the positive performance of the banking sector that was undertaken by the target medium-term financing facilities. In Part C, he wanted to find out if the banks did not perform well, what measures the government is taking to improve the financial performance of commercial banks. And the minister did respond that more can be done to increase the number of the people using banking services.
Question 238 came from Kasama Central Member of Parliament, and this is Ms. Siwongile Mwamba directing her question to the Minister of Health, and in this case it was the Acting Minister of Health, Honorable Charles Milupi, who responded to this question, who is also Minister of Infrastructure and Urban Development. The member wanted to find out when the government will repair the X-ray machine at Kasama General Hospital in Kasama district, and the minister did say that government will not repair the machine because the machine has reached its life. And be part of the question, the member wanted to find out what caused the delay in repairing the machine. The minister said that no need to have it repaired because it has reached its life. And see part of the question, the member wanted to find out whether government has any plans to procure a new X-ray machine for Kasama General Hospital. Government has already procured a new digital X-ray machine with a 3-year warranty. So that's question 238, which came from Kasama Central lawmaker.
Another question came from Mwinilunga, Member of Parliament, Mr. Newton Samakai, and he directed his question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. He wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the Kalumbila-Lumwana Road in Northwestern Province, and the Minister did say that government has plans. In Part B, the Member of Parliament for Mwinilunga wanted to find out if so when the plans will be implemented, and the Minister responded that the plans will be implemented once the design consultant has been engaged. In Part C, he wanted to find out what the mode of financing for the project will be, and the minister did say that the project will be financed through the Treasury.
So those are some of the questions that appeared on today's order paper, and they've been considered on the floor of the House. The House did proceed to consider the only report, which was presented by Ms. Nakaponda, and she is the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services, urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency for the third session of the 13th National Assembly. This document was laid on the table of the House on Friday, 23rd February 2024, and it was seconded by Bahati Member of Parliament, Mr. Levin Chiwombwe, and this report has since been adopted. Matimba, it's been a great day.
Yes, percent. So this is just the business that has been considered on the floor of the House today, Tuesday, 27th February 2024. From me, Matimba Mkoa, my colleague Posent Ndovi, our sign language interpreters Chola Kaoma and Jason Manda, and of course the entire production crew. Thank you so much. Keep watching Parliament Television and have a blessed evening.
spread love this February with Topstar and enjoy affordable entertainment. For a monthly subscription of 180 kwacha on Antenna Classic OD Smart, experience the excitement of the Bundesliga title race on Saturday the 24th as trailing Bayern faces Leipzig at 19:30 hours live on World Football. Also returning to action is the CAF Champions League and Confederations Cup. Watch TP Mazembe versus Pyramids on Saturday the 24th at 15 hours and Al Ahly versus Young Africans on Saturday the 2nd of March at 18 hours live in HD on Sports Premium. But there is more. Fantasy becomes reality with Novella E+, premiering My Forever Sunshine, airing from 27th at 21:30 hours. Also follow love and passion as it crosses paths in a family affair every day at 20:40 hours. Entertain the little ones with great kids shows on Boeg, CBBS and ST Kids plus more. Subscribe now. Topstar. Enjoy digital life.
tondolo mupamba tabekala tondolo ngapaye fyomwene vishilo lelemu ilingi vilyanga muli babiri kusubira mumunobe techakwesho kulanda malyashi yenu babiri vikuze pantume omwena timuno beusekana sana akatwalo musebanya kubantu bambine botawaishiba isantotosha kumadwisolane ichile kuchusha shiwira tina mami wandiwe mumvura mukasuba tumene nsansa tufwire twatangisha vyeukutemwana chawamapo wafulo walanda naishi batilimifya ukuchilo lidondolo nevyotaulefwaya ulesumira twaba babiri pano pangandanga nshale kufwayanga nabaneka tesha bebi wanditwa bango mjumo isantotosha kumadwisolande ichile kuchusha shiwira tina mami wandiwe
agape bamukwira akachoka apeza kufuti chitokone imapya bantu bamalira katundu nokerera futi wosalekerera bintu bamushe bikupite peza kufuti chikanga malizo magwa babala janopwerera pona futi kawalala angapemba mukira akachoka apeza po futi chitokone imapya vantu vamalira katundu nopwerera futi wasalekerera vintu vamushe vikupike peza po futi shanja limbikira paka veo kuna uvipeze shanja limba pitiliza paka upikepo chosamanta chipukwa ndiye veumafuna weodeire osayopa iwe zikombe upitilize shanja limbikira paka veo kuna uvipeze shanja limba pitiliza paka upikepo chosamanta chipukwa ndiye veumafuna weodeire osayopa iwe zikombe upitilize ukono kawilo ulipe okondana naye omena umfuna aliko kumaba kuchinga banzake kusakira chijo kapeza bangene sawina masala kapitiliza masala kalimbikira ungankale kyo nakoma chijo ikuvuta sakira limbikira iwe kosa vintu vizakala che osayopa limbikira ungankale loya koma chijo ikuvuta sakira limbikira iwe kosa vintu vizakala che osayopa limbikira iwe business yako paka nzelu zako bantu bajabwiseko paka nzelu zako kolo munyimbo yako paka bukali bwako paka nzelu zako bantu bajabwiseko shanja limbikira paka veo kuna uvipeze shanja limba pitiliza paka upikepo chosamanta chipukwa ndiye veumafuna weodeire osayopa iwe zikombe upitilize shanja limbikira paka veo kuna uvipeze shanja limba pitiliza paka upikepo chosamanta chipukwa ndiye veumafuna weodeire osayopa iwe zikombe upitilize mabati madondo vitoba chapati keke oloshawama kuwama kupusa na kukuta ni kumosi ni shitawama mabanzi madondo vitoba chapati keke oloshawama kuwama kupusa na kukuta ni kumosi ni shitawama shanja limbikira paka veo kuna uvipeze shanja limba pitiliza paka upikepo chosamanta chipukwa ndiye veumafuna weodeire osayopa iwe zikombe upitilize shanja limbikira paka veo kuna uvipeze shanja limba pitiliza paka upikepo chosamanta chipukwa ndiye veumafuna weodeire osayopa iwe zikombe upitilize shanja limbikira paka veo kuna uvipeze shanja limba pitiliza paka upikepo chosamanta chipukwa ndiye veumafuna weodeire osayopa iwe zikombe upitilize
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially Minika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people of Iteztezi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct those people?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
The tour of constituency offices in Luapula province by Honorable Moyo continued, with the next on the schedule being Mwanza Bomboy constituency, home of the Mwata Kazembe of the Lunda people of Luapula. Honorable Moyo and his entourage started the tour by paying a courtesy call on His Royal Highness Mwata Kazembe at his palace. The next stop on Honorable Moyo's itinerary was Mwansabombwe constituency office, where he interacted with the area departmental heads and later on had a meeting with the area member of parliament, Mr. Kabaso Kapampi, MP, and his staff.
I welcome you to this special occasion, which is a very rare moment where we are welcoming our deputy second speaker to Mwansabombwe constituency office. The council have given us land, and we sent all the documentation to your officer. All we are just waiting is for your office to respond and probably see how best this can be done. Because if we were even at our, if we were at Boma there, maybe you could have even planted 50 trees or so, because it's just a plain land which has been given to the council by the Mwata, and it's quite big. So even in terms of plots, I'm sure you've been allocated a very big size of a plot whereby we can even plant more trees if we were to build our own offices.
One of the reasons we've come here for is the issue of mitigation of climate change, and this calls for concerted effort by all stakeholders. Just like I earlier said, mitigation of climate change, one of the measures that has to be instituted is tree planting. For us, it was started by Madam Speaker last year, launched in Lusaka, so we expect that our pledge as the National Assembly that we'll be able to fulfill the desires of the Speaker to be able to plant 1,000 trees will be supported by all of you. Other than that, you know, there are three arms of government, and us come from the legislative wing. So we provide oversight. So if you've seen, the developmental agenda is premised on decentralization, which means that all of us are key stakeholders in that. So as police, as education, forestry, all of us should take pride and participate in that, in ensuring whatever we require, we're able to liaise with our traditional leaders, the MP, so that we come up with projects that will be able to support our communities.
The Deputy Speaker ended his visit of Mwansabombwe by planting a tree at the constituency office. The Honourable Second Deputy Speaker then proceeded to Kawambwa Parliamentary Constituency. Honourable Moyo was met by staff at the Provincial Administration and staff of the Kawambwa Parliamentary Constituency Office. Honourable Moyo later on had a meeting with constituency office staff before leading them to a tree planting exercise.
The purpose for our visit is one, to be able to interact with the constituency officials in this office that represent National Assembly. As you are aware, this is an extension of National Assembly that provides the platform for the public to be able to interact with the National Assembly. And also it helps us to provide oversight at local level. So it's a stadia that National Assembly has provided as an extension for its existence. And also we have also come to interact with you people to learn how you are getting by, just like the DC and the council chairperson. They've told us about their success story about CDF. This is so gratifying because it's good to hear, especially I think I wish the head of state was here himself, should have heard how his policy is being received and the success story about it. Though it being a new project, along the way there were bottlenecks because it's a new policy. But it's good to hear that Even in far-fetched areas like Kawambwa, people have received, and there's a success story.
And we are so grateful to the President for the good gesture. I was in the field yesterday where I went to inspect some of the few projects. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you it is a game changer. It has changed so many lives. We are committed as a district to make sure that we implement the government policies and also the projects. We have no challenges whatsoever. We are working hand in hand with your offices here, and in Pambashe, very well. We've worked together. We have connected all the programs very well. And we are so committed to continue with the same spirit.
Thereafter, Honorable Moyo traveled to Pambashe parliamentary constituency. He began the visit of Pambashe by paying a courtesy call on Senior Chief Mushota of the Chishinga Royal Establishment at his palace. After the courtesy call, Honorable Moyo proceeded to the parliamentary constituency office, where he was met by scores of Pambashe residents. Chief Mushota also joined scores of his subjects at the constituency office to demonstrate the importance of trees in the environment as he joined Honorable Moyo in the tree planting exercise at the office.
Twendele pamo ng'abaana kyalo nga twalaendera pamo okusunga ibyo baleetuleetera alamuka munaabimbi bagaleeta.
Honorable Second Deputy Speaker then had a meeting with the constituency office staff who shared some of their challenges in the rural constituency of Pambashe. The tour of duty by Honorable Moyo continued, with the next stop being Chembe parliamentary constituency. The Honorable Deputy Speaker was met on arrival by the area Member of Parliament, Mr. Cliff Mpundu MP, and heads of department in the district. The Second Deputy Speaker then had a meeting with the Member of Parliament and staff of Chembe parliamentary constituency office, at which they discussed issues with regards to improving the operations of the office.
Mr. Speaker, Chembe office does a lot of work in linking the people of Chembe and the Parliament. For example, the office is the information hub to keep disseminating information on Parliament and other developmental projects in the constituency. The office shares literature on how the constituents can fully participate in law-making processes. The office acts as a link between people and the Member of Parliament. The office is an active member of the District Development Coordinating Committee, DDCC. The office is the member of the Constituency Development Fund Committee, as it represents the Member of Parliament in the approval and monitoring of Constituency Development Fund. The office is also a member of Disaster Management Committee to oversee the expected calamity in the constituency. Your Honor, the office is also a member of the District Malaria Control. It is also a member of the District HIV Task Force. The office is a major stakeholder in the IDPC formulation, which is the Integrated Development Plan.
Parliamentary office, for it to be felt, especially at community level, especially in an environment like this one, we really need to have a fully fledged library where most of the people, especially the young ones, can be coming, and it is from there that they can be having the information which they can be disseminating out there. A lot of people would love to visit this office. And even these things that we are doing today, that the Honorable Deputy Speaker has done, it can also, this office can be used as a tool to disseminate this.
Luapula is one of the provinces that have very good rainfall and very good fertile soils. So as a matter of policy, National Assembly decided that in all the constituencies across the country, we'll be able to plant 1,000 trees. So for Chembe, I think it should be 5,000 because you've got very fertile soils and the rainfall pattern is okay. That can easily help us, because in other spaces we know that as much as we realize that most of the trees in nature are deciduous, in Zambia they drop their leaves during the dry spell. For Chembe, the opposite is the case. I think due to weather, there's no much loss of water because it rains for some time. So Luapula is one of the places that we are counting on. And also to appreciate how you've been integrated into the CDF planning process, because you are stakeholders. I've seen you've mentioned that you've got challenges with accommodation because it's a new district. So CDF, the honorable member realizes that we know that it's people's needs driven.
The second Deputy Speaker's delegation briefly toured the Mwanawasa Bridge on Luapula River, which connects Zambia and the Democratic Republic of Congo due to its economic benefit to the two countries. The second Deputy Speaker thereafter proceeded to Bangweulu Parliamentary Constituency Office. He was met on arrival by the district departmental heads and constituency office staff. Honorable Moyo MP planted trees at the site chosen for the construction of a new parliamentary constituency office. Honorable Moyo MP thereafter retreated to the office and had a private meeting with the constituency staff where they discussed operations of the office. On his last leg of the tour of Luapula Province constituency offices, the second Deputy Speaker visited Chifunabuli Parliamentary Constituency. Honorable Moyo MP was met by departmental heads in Chifunabuli District and Area Member of Parliament Ms. Julian Nyemba MP and her staff at the constituency office. Honorable Moyo MP was also met by His Royal Highness Chief Chitembo of the Chitembo Chiefdom in Chifunabuli District. His Royal Highness Chitembo was also accorded an opportunity to plant a tree at the constituency office alongside Honorable Moyo and Ms. Nyemba MP.
kuti chamoneka bwino mu myaka ilesa ifimuti ifi fyakula bwino pakuti fyachingirira ko ing'anda yakwata ekishibiro kyakubona kuti ati n'ing'anda ya buteko kanshine ifimuti ifi navyo ifwile fyasungwa bwino kuba bomfi abombela panomo kufimono kutila fyakula fyonse nje bifine twalimba.
Honorable Moyo MP and Ms. Nyemba then went into a meeting to discuss a number of issues affecting both the constituency office and the Chifunabuli constituency.
We are so grateful that you've given us this opportunity to be able to interact with you and your people.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker's tour to Luapula Province demonstrates the commitment of the National Assembly to improve operations in constituency offices and take Parliament closer to the people.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially in Nyika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people with Estezi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct those?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you. Mwembeshi is a constituency that covers Muteli and Nampundwe in Shibuyunji district of Central Province. The distance between Lusaka and Mwembeshi is 45.3 kilometers. Mining and farming are some of the major economic activities in this constituency. Mr. Jamba Machela is Mwembeshi MP under the United Party for National Development, a seat he previously held as an independent member of parliament. He runs us through the members of parliament that have served before him.
Yona Shimonde from Yona